there we go. Live on 3 platforms. I also want to start the mapping app that I have, in case we get lost. Port 5000. Okie dokie. Alright, there we go. So I'm just getting a map in the background so that if I want to show you where I am, I can show you the map. Can't have it on the screen easily with this. The map application that I used to use I don't think exists anymore. But there's a new one. It's pretty nice, but it runs in the browser, which is more difficult for me to capture. But I have a plan. I have a cunning plan for the future. Because I've realized that I could use StreamerBot to link into the SimConnect that MS offers. And then using SimConnect, you can programmatically pull out your latitude and longitude. And so potentially I could have a StreamerBot command that would return a Google Maps link that links to the location. That shouldn't be too difficult if I can get the symlink working. The second part of like spitting out a link is fine. That's no problem. Yes, I'm pretty sure you can just put the lat long in the Google Maps link and it will just work. So then when someone's like, "Where are you?" There can just be a command that just spits out a link. The more ambitious thing that I could do if I end up doing a lot of flight sim, because I tend to go through phases of flight sim, is potentially I could set up a server somewhere. Because one thing I could do is I could let you guys in, like I could set up a little DMZ on my router, and I could actually let you directly browse the map on my PC as I'm streaming. I don't think that's a great plan. At least not to the open internet. Because, you know, while I trust you lot, I don't trust randos. So, probably not the best plan. So what I could do is I could spin up a little server somewhere and then have the code that gets the lat long from my network running on that server, and then host a map on that server that you guys can then have like live updates as to where the thing is, because the StreamerBot thing wouldn't be live, it would just be momentary. Yeah, it's just a shame. I just wish that there was a multi-screen streaming. I actually considered one of the other options that I've considered is if I get the map running with SimConnect on a different machine, so my other little PC, I could stream that to, say, a Discord channel, so I could have the map like just as a full screen stream coming off my other PC, going into Discord, and then if anyone wants to see where I am and track the map, they can just open the Discord stream. That would work as well. The only problem with that is this mapping application doesn't center on the plane. You have to move the map manually. And so I'd have to keep like leaning over and moving the map, which would be a pain in the ass. The map website still... So no, I don't think so. The listing for it is gone as far as I can see. I still have the application. So I could potentially try it, but it's not really like, that's not the problem. The problem is a screen space problem, because if I put the map on the screen, it takes up a huge, like to be intelligible, it takes a huge amount of space on the screen. And when I used to do that, I was never really happy with how much space it took up. So it's not a technological problem. It's more of a screen space problem. So yeah, like technologically, that's all pretty easy. It's just how to present that. And I do think maybe a second stream might actually work for those people who are super interested. I have already, GC. I did this morning. So yeah, we have some options for the map. But what I'm going to do today is I just have it open in my browser, and if anyone's like, "Where are you?" I can just drag it onto the screen and go like, "I'm here." And that will have to do. Yeah. The other thing I could do is there is actually a mod that enables like a Google Maps style, I guess it's Bing Maps map inside the game as a sort of in-game window, like some of the other windows, like the comms window and whatever in the game. That might also be an option, so I can just bring it up every now and again. That could work. Now, so this morning there was an update to the Microprose B17G model. And so I got super excited. I'm like, oh, that's really good timing because I'm streaming it later, and I can see in the patch notes that there is a fix for the audio. Or rather, there is an audio fix in the list of fixes. Sadly, it was not the fix that I needed. I'm kind of surprised that more people in the Discord for this aren't complaining. Is you can't change the volume level. So it doesn't matter, even if you turn the game's own volume, like the master volume control, to 0, the engines are still like full blast. And so, you can turn the Sims volume down in Windows, sound settings. But you can't change the level relative to anything else. And it's a B17, so the sound effect that they're using for the engines is pretty flippin' loud. And it just doesn't sound very good. And I don't think anyone's going to want to listen. While the model is very cool, I don't think anyone's going to want to listen to that for like 2 hours as I fly around. Because it's extremely loud. I was testing some of the other changes that they've made this morning. Because they've made it a bit easier to fly, because it was a bit twitchy. And that is the case. They've made it much easier to fly. Now it feels heavy now. It didn't feel heavy before. But after, and even using speakers, not headphones, after I finished like flying for literally 10 minutes, I closed the sim and my ears were like, ooh. This sound is just so like, it's so pervasive. Just this constant brrr of the engines. So I've just said to them like I'm not creating content until you fix this audio issue. But they have told me that there is a fix coming. Just apparently not the one that came out this morning. I can put it on the tarmac if you want to see for a minute. But I just want to warn you, it's very loud, and there's absolutely nothing that I can do about that other than turn, my outgoing audio down. So I will just put it on the tarmac for a second, just so you can see it. But just for a minute, all right? Shut off the engines. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, that might work. If I can figure out how to do that. Let me just put it on the tarmac somewhere, random, Denver International. There you go. This is going to be loud. Although when I spawned in this morning, initially it wasn't that loud. It wasn't until I changed view modes that it suddenly became loud. This is the volume you can't change. It's once all 4 engines are going. It's pretty freaking loud. There. You can't turn this down. What? What? Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. Oh, we won't be flying it. However, you might like to look at it. You can open the bomb flaps. It's a really cool model. I'm really sad that I can't fly it. I mean, I can fly it, but I have to, like, just turn the sim volume down, and I don't want to do that. So this one is one that comes with it. So this is Fever Beaver. But there are also a bunch now of community-made skins that you can also download. I was looking at some of them earlier. And I was reading the history of a couple of them. There's some really cool ones. There's another one that was like a Bugs Bunny motif. I forget the name of it now. But there are a bunch that have been done. Yeah, so this is one of quite a few skins that came pre-installed from Microprose. I'll fly you through the plane. So there isn't, as far as I can tell, I'm not entirely sure how it actually works in the base sim, but there isn't a cabin walk-through as such, but you can, I managed to get it to fly, I managed to get like free movement through the chassis, through the center of the plane. So you can, it supports walk around. I can do Control C and I can walk around the plane. But I can't do that. I can't figure out how to do this inside, so I don't think this model supports it. But I did manage to just move the camera around inside, so I will be able to show you inside. Well, so this is one of the skins, Ben. So this isn't the default skin. This is just one that I've chosen from a list. There are quite a few. Need to fix that tire. And those tires. I do have live traffic turned on, so and this is a live runway. So we're probably going to get a jet like landing through us at some point. Hello. For the detail. It's very good. Nice little details on the propellers. Hamilton standard. Like how the reflection on the tip of the propeller sort of shaft there is a live reflection. It's very nice. I know I'm not in the reflections, it's true. 135, yeah. So I think this is a, you know, a replica of a real plane decal. And then some of the ones that the community have made are also historical. I was looking at the photographs. So let me see if I can figure out how I managed to get the camera free in here. Oh, can I remember? I remember it being very awkward. Oh, I can, by the way, I can do... One of the things they added this morning was you can now go, doop. Go down there in a minute, if I can remember how. So a lot of this is fairly early on right now, but a lot of the controls have been implemented. So you can, for example, if I can find it again, you can open the bomb bay. I can't remember if that control is up here or if it's downstairs. Find it first. I don't suppose anyone knows where the bomb flap control is on a B-17. And the other problem is that a lot of these aren't labeled, and so you just have to twiddle it and find out what happens. Yeah, it's definitely down. There's definitely one down in the bomber's position, but I think there's one up here as well, if I remember correctly. I'm assuming that they had controls up here as well, just in case just in case the bomber was incapacitated. Would make sense. Yeah, so a lot of these, when you mouse over them, there's no tooltip to tell you what it does. I might need a control for it, actually. There. You have a look. It's probably not bomb, but yeah. Flap. Fortunately, planes do have a lot of flaps. So. Yeah, I can't remember. Door. Yeah, it probably isn't in the probably, because none of the base planes are bombers, and so there probably isn't a bomb bay thing. One thing I found interesting was this symbol is on quite a few buttons. Like, I would associate that with nuclear stuff, right? I'm guessing that's what that is. Some kind of like air filtration for if you think you're flying through a nuclear blast or something. I don't know. It says filter there, so I'm assuming these are all to do with air filter. Maybe not. Maybe that symbol was used differently. Usually yellow. Yeah, that's true. It might just be a symbol for like a fan or something. Unlock the tail wheel, rudder trim. Elevation of rudder. Yeah, it could be. Bow boost. Yeah, exactly, Quaker, exactly. Oh, bomb door. Okay, so if I go outside now, notice underneath the front, there's no flap open, right? I don't think I can be quick enough to actually catch the animation because it's quite fast, but... Oh, there we go. Bonk. Bombay, open. Pretty nice detail. Is the target the runway, apparently. Right, let me see if I can remember how to get out of the seat. I remember it being extremely awkward. There we go. Oh, this is horrible. I have to hold shift, and I have to, like, reach all the way around the stick and stuff. This is going to be very horrible. Okay. I'm gonna give myself a bad back doing this. So, that's down. Yeah, okay. So let's go down through here first. Welcome to the bomb bay. Or the bombers. Ignore the jet that's about to take off through us. So that, I guess, is the bomb guy. Blinker. Gotta have a blinker. Navigator. Yeah, there's another navigator station upstairs. I'll show you in a sec. Which looks more like a navigator. Excuse me, these controls are very difficult. Front gunner. Yeah, chance having a fight about who that is. Excellent. Nice wood down there. Back up into the cockpit. I'm guessing those are oxygen bladders. Bombs. You can see the bomb door there. So if the bombs were shut, then obviously you would see the door shut. And then continuing. Some kind of electronics compartment with the radio and stuff. Some little compartment with a lever in it. This is the lever compartment. It's where they keep their lever. And then the main body. With these two gunnery positions. The bag, like the catch bag for the spent shells. And then if I go down, I can't really show you this very well, but there's the belly gunner. As you can see, not a lot of space. Screw this job. Screw that job. Because no. No, thank you. Locked when handles are in line with red marks. You're too tall? Yeah, if I'd been B-17 crew, I would absolutely have been a belly gunner. I'm tiny. Very good models. Yeah, the details are really good, right? And as they go on, more and more of this stuff is going to become, you know, functioning, operable, interactable. Because there's a whole bunch of controls in the cockpit that haven't been implemented yet, but will be, I think. Oop, sorry, Sam. I need to look at your crotch. This is so smoky. Yeah. I guess they didn't want to model the eyes and stuff. Isn't it good, though? Like, the detail is incredible. Oh, I'm not sure if I can reset back to the... I don't know. You probably can, but I don't know what it is. Maybe if I go to the... But how do I get my mouse key up? Problem here is I don't know all the the detailed buttons in the sim. Nope, no clue. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to quickly show you. That is the model I can't fly because of this audio bug. But eventually, once they fix that, we will definitely go for a fly. Amazing model. So this is, if anyone's interested in looking at it, this is Microprose B17G, and you can get it on justflight.com. And it is, I think it's definitely available for 2024. Obviously, I think it's also available for 2020. I think it's compatible with both. But check the listing if you're interested. But it does currently have a like an audio bug where you can't turn the engine volume down at all. It's on just stuck on max, so I can't really show it right now. But let me also show you the different decals that are available. Thing has been asked. So the default one is this one. I can't, unfortunately, you can't, I can't open it to look. But yeah, this is, this one's called Bitter Lace. The one I was using was called Fever Beaver. There's a plain green one. There's one called Humpty Dumpty. I think all these are historical. One called Humpty Dumpty. There's one that's just plain shiny metal. Our Gal Sal. And Sentimental Journey. And then there's a whole bunch more that are available on some of the community modding sites I was looking through earlier, and some of them are really, really cool. So yeah, that's what that is. Mosquito? I don't think so. No, there. Well, so go to justflight.com bin and search on there. Because Microsoft are a little not as much as say like Lego, for example, don't do guns. Microsoft aren't quite like that, but they haven't done much military stuff. I think they probably leave that to the specialist modeling companies that do military stuff. They tend to more do like commercial aircraft. But having said that, there are a couple of fighter jets. But no, I don't think there is a Mosquito. No. The military planes in the game currently are the A100M technically. The C-17A Globemaster, technically. The Super Hornet. The Boom XB-1, I think they made that up. I don't know if that's real. Plane with a plane on top. The Icon A5, famous military aircraft. Oh yeah, the astonishingly good attack aircraft, the Parachute Skyrackle. There is an A10 somewhere, I think. I might have gone past it already. We glided the right flyer down off of Snowdon the other day. That was pretty good fun. Went past it, yeah. Probably missed it because it's an unusual shape. Because my mind is like looking for fighter type shapes. E10C Thunderbolt. Two-tone gray. Would you like to see it? Rocky Mountain Metropolitan. Let's scare the bejesus out of these people. There it is.
Detroit Metro Tower. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er at runway 12 left ready for departure. Departing straight out.
That's a pretty cool model. Holy buttons, Batman. That's a lot of controls. How many dials would you like? Yes. Can I have a dial for my dials? You gotta get the missiles so they don't become missiles and they become hit-tiles. It should be called hit-tiles. Emergency jettison button in-op. Gotta have your wing mirrors. I don't think the weaponry works, sadly. Should we fly it? Where are we? Colorado-ish? Let's go, pilot. There's only one seat. That would be kind of tricky.
Metro Tower. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er. Frequency change. Denver Center. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er is type 3 miles northwest of 4 Charlie Oscar 4, 11,200. Request flight following.
Can we pretend?
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er.
That's better.
SkyWest 5941, contact Denver approach on 119.
I think in a lot of those videos you hear the sound of the shells actually hitting first before you actually hear the gun.
StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er69.
Which is why it kind of goes, like the first part of the sound is more kind of like, and then the second part is more.
Alpha 69er69er. Radar contact 1 miles east of Charlie Delta 22. 14,700. Altimeter tree 006.
Roger.
Yeah, exactly.
StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er69er.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er69er, contact Denver approach on 128.45. Good day.
Fly towards the mountains, really, shouldn't
128.45.
And then
StatsAir
away
Tango
from the
Alpha
mountains.
69er69er.
Because the mountains are that way. This way is just flat, and then more flat, and then a bit more flat, and then some corn, and then more flat. And then there's a bit more flat after that, I think. And then it gets a tiny bit lumpy before you hit the Atlantic.
Denver Center. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er69er. 13,700.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er69er. Denver Center, altimeter tree 003. Radar contact, continue.
Yep, there's the beginning in the mountains.
Southwest 4 tree 55. Maintain present altitude.
I find it so strange. Like, obviously, I understand it geologically, but I find it so strange how you can have like so many hundreds and hundreds, thousands of kilometers of just flat behind me, and then suddenly it just like just in front of the nose of the plane there, just suddenly it goes lumpy, and then it gets really lumpy. You know. Fun starts with the lumpy bits. Yeah, I mean, there are some scientists who specialize in the flat bits.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er contact Denver approach on 120
Wangus.
tree 5. Good day.
Going
That's
to
pretty
120.35.
cool.
StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er69er.
Why is this side scratched? No scratches. Scratches. Don't find underscore 029. Yeah, he's that way somewhere. By the way, most of today, well, if I have to go somewhere that's dark,
StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er69er. 15,300.
then obviously I won't be using live weather because it will be dark. And I think that is one of the dependencies of having live traffic. But if it's daytime, then probably I'll be using live traffic, live weather, live everything. And so you can literally just come and fly up to me in the game if you have it. So if anyone's interested later on, we could do another one of those like flyby things that we did a few years ago when a bunch of us flew around New York. New York. 1 2 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 The Bean Eater. The real pilots... I don't think the real pilots see me, Diego. Is it me or do those engines not look quite right? Not sure they're supposed to shake like that. That is the start of the mountains. Yeah, Spartan lives around here somewhere. Hey, Casey, how you doing? Yeah, I don't really have a plan today. We're just going to go with the flow. The UK spy, yes. Fly to Colorado? I think we're in Colorado, aren't we? I'm pretty sure this is Colorado. That behind me is Denver. We just took off at Denver Metropolitan. Yeah, we might be in the next state by now. I'm not sure where the boundary is. Dinosaur Ridge. The tiny airport's called Cox. You just wanted to type Cox.
Tango Alpha 6969er contact Denver approach.
It's pretty cool. It's gonna look cool from the cockpit.
Good day.
128.45. StatsAir Tango Alpha 6969er.
Why is this side so scratched? You'd think they would buff that out. Hit the bugs, hit a lot of bugs. Maybe it's the shell casings. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, I know, before someone corrects me. Actually, yeah, I know.
Southwest 1640 contact Denver Center on 128.65. Good day.
Going to 128.
Well, I didn't mean to fly an A10. So today, I'm up for whatever. So, if anyone's got anything they want to do, see, we could do some of the challenges, because the challenges have switched over from last week. There's still a Grand Canyon one, but it's a different Grand Canyon one.
Tango Alpha 6969er, 17,300.
So we could do the Grand Canyon challenge. We could go sightseeing. We could meet up, if there's some of you that have the sim, we could meet up and do like a fly around somewhere. I don't have the controls for helicopters. I would have to set it up either on an Xbox controller, or I'd have to use keyboard and mouse, because I have HOTAS, not HOSAS. And with a helicopter, you kind of need two sticks. So I don't know whether that would work with a HOTAS. But obviously an Xbox controller is a HOSAS essentially, so I could potentially do it with an Xbox controller. But I haven't set that up at all. So don't expect me to do that today because I'm not doing that. But at some point we could do. Bit heckin' windy up here.
Denver Center, StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er, flight level 195.
Air Shuttle 4025. Climb and maintain flight level 250. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er, Denver Center, radar contact continues.
Climb and maintain flight level 250.
Pretty cool.
Air Shuttle 4025.
What airline is SWA? Oh, Southwest, yeah. The Spruce Goose from Washington to New York, flying and landing under that famous bridge in New York. What is Spruce Goose? Does that refer to an aircraft, or is that the name of the run? Or the Hercules? So one of the Hercules is in the game. Can't remember which
Air
one.
Shuttle 4025. You are 300 above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight.
Oh, you mean the old Hercules, not the modern Hercules.
Descend and maintain flight level 250. Air Shuttle 4025.
Ah, these clouds look so cool. Do any of the Rockies break 19,000 feet? Asking for a friend. You fly into one of these clouds, clunk. There's a mountain there. St. Helens is Cascades. It's on the edge of the continent. Under 15. Yeah, we are plummeting, so... Whereas Cog is looking at the clouds on YouTube. I wonder where that 1640 is going. Probably look. That's a live flight. You could probably look it up. You go on Flight Radar. SWA 1640. Probably going to Portland. Something like that. Pikes Peak. Thank you, Prayer, for lurking on Kick. That is genuinely very helpful. Thank you so much. You can actually set the sim up to use meters if you want to. If you want to be weird. And it's getting quite lumpy now. The one place where Russia gets it right. Unfortunately, their ATC speaks Russian, so no one can understand them. Which is why no one flies through Russia. That's a pretty cool shot. This sim can be very, very pretty. You can chat. Hey, look for stats. There's a new Kick user chatting called Lurk for Stats. Hello, Lurk for Stats. Who are you? Can you call for a tanker? What, for mid-air refueling? No, I don't think so. Unless someone has modded that in. That is not base game. Not yet, anyway. The sim itself doesn't really focus on military, so it's probably not something that they would do. But that's definitely something that a mod could do. I haven't looked into the modded side of stuff yet, apart from the B-17 I was looking at earlier. A lurk party? Yep, that's... I mean, it's not a lurk party if you're typing, Seabang. It's not how that works. Holy pretty, Batman. You don't think the A-10 can refuel? I'm sure I saw an A-10 refueling picture recently, though. Maybe it was a different aircraft.
Southwest 1640, contact Denver Center on 1...
Don't ask me, I did, but
Good day.
I thought I did see one refueling. It's part of an exercise. It was an international thing.
126.5
It was
Southwest
an American
1640.
A-10 being refueled by the French, I think, in a NATO exercise. Yeah, I think that's it to the right of the nose there. My right. Your right. Just above the gun. God, you don't get that wrong, do you? Accidentally connect the fuel nozzle to the front of the gun. Some extra spicy ammo. Red button didn't work. Dang it. The gun's spicy enough? No, more spice.
Denver Center, Southwest 1640 is at flight level 275, climbing flight level 280.
Southwest 1640, Denver Center, radar contact continue.
Canopy? Aw. Master Army. Yeah, the trouble is these aren't labeled. And obviously I can't get to the back of the stick. Eject? There is an eject lever. It's not enabled. Sadly. It's very dark outside. We find out where we are. We are currently... Oh, we're more than halfway across. Well, the first bit anyway. We are just north of a place called Gypsum. We are at the bottom of Routt County. Heading towards the top corner of Garfield, Garfield County. Heading straight towards a place called Mika. A little bit of weather. Tends to happen around mountains.
Southwest 1640 contact Denver Center on One Tree.
Snoo!
4.5. Good day.
Going to 1 tree 4.5. Southwest 1640.
The rocks? No, because Casey has promised me that I'm not going to hit a mountain at this altitude. And I trust Casey. I'm going down? No, I'm not. We're just going up and down with the thermals and stuff. So much pressure. Did you just double check? Well, now we're going up. Oh, it's 15 now, is it? Okay. It was 14 something just now. It's creeping up. It'll be 16 in a minute. And then just as there's a mountain right in front of me, it'll be like, oh no, it's 18. Turns out some new data just came in and it's now 18. Safety schmatey. I don't have the damage model turned on anyway, so it would just go clunk. And then comedically flop over on its side. This plane is so American it says feet on the tail. That does look very cool. Ah.
StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er contact Denver Center on One Tree 4.5. Good day.
1 tree 4.5 for StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er. Denver Center, StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er. Flight level 185. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er, Denver Center, radar contact, continue.
Fort Worth, probably. Oof, bumpy. We are just crossing into Rio Blanco County. Heading towards the town of Mika. Soup, it's called a cloud. They have raised the nose slightly, so we're going to try and climb above it. It's a bit heck and bumpy in here. I actually don't know if I have the icing turned on. But I definitely have the damage model turned off, so icing might be included in that. Even if the icing is on, it might not actually have an effect. Because I'm guessing that would fall under plane stops working, you know. Bryce? We could go to Bryce. Not in this necessarily. We could do Bryce. I can't remember if we did Bryce before. I think we did. But I've also been there in GeoGuessr, so maybe we didn't. We've definitely done Grand Canyon a few times. I can't remember if we did Bryce. No, never been. We definitely did the Grand Tetons, that valley. There's Mika. We land at Mika. Nope, wrong one. Nearest airport list. Mika. It's like runway for landing.
Kilo Echo Echo Oscar traffic. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er, 8 miles east, 17,600, inbound to land, runway 21, Kilo Echo Echo Oscar. Kilo Echo Echo Oscar traffic. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er,
Yeah,
7
where'd it go?
miles east, flight level 180, inbound to land, runway 21, Kilo Echo Echo
Whee!
Oscar.
Let's trigger some people. Meow. When the A-10's going on here, landing. Probably not on this pass. We're diving into Venus. Copilot, can we handle this, please? Yeah, I know, but it will do it. It's like, it's me, but it's not me, you know? I'm not sure if you start doing it manually, does it then take over and do it automatically, or are you then committed to doing the whole thing manually? I'm not entirely sure. I don't care. We're going to land anyway. A belly landing? We can do that. We pretend. Oh no, the gear is broken. It won't come down. This is Mika. Yeah, still Colorado. Rio Blanco County. Landing gear is designed so the aircraft can still roll on the ground if retracted. Oh, that's handy. At this speed, that might not make much difference. Because we're going fast. Not bad. Quick. Now we do the weird Microsoft Flight Simulator slide. Seems to be a thing. No, I said I was going to do a Bailey landing. Why? I don't know why this is a thing. If you land without going through like the landing permissions process, you end up sliding, which is really weird. Got this. It's just got this kind of weird bug. If I turn the engines off, does it stop? No. Crabbing is the future. So, convergent evolution. Everything becomes a crab. Yep, engines off and we're going over there. I don't know why it does this. All the planes do this. I'm guessing what it is that the sim requires the wheels to be touching the ground in order for it to actually have any kind of traction. There's just no friction model for the bottom of the plane. Where's it taking me? The southwest. We're going to... What's next? Nevada? What's in that direction? Going to Utah. Nice. The hell is Nevada? Oh, over there. Oh, we're going back again. Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, we stopped. Oh, it's settling. It's gonna find its little niche here somewhere. Wait. So where are we going next then, crew? Arches and Canyonland. Is that different to Bryce? Or is that the same place? Utah Park Tour? Apparently not, prayer, which kind of surprises me. Given that, you know, this is a flight simulator. It's like a pretty sophisticated flight simulator, and it does simulate all sorts of failure things. And, you know, gear failure is definitely one of those things. So, in theory, pilots could use this to practice gear fault stuff. Kind of surprising to me, although I guess, like, once you've touched down, pretty much, you know, your exercise is over, so... That's what we're trying to work out, but... Damage on? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's the damage model includes the friction model. Could be. Could be because I've got damage turned off, there's no friction. Yeah, it's just doing this. All right, then. Where is Bryce? What am I looking for? That's a cool river. Look at that. Southwest part of Utah. Unfortunately, the states aren't marked on this map. Because the mapping in this game is woeful for some reason. So we shall find it this way. By a lot of head turning. In here? Is that it? This brown bit. In Salt Lake and go south. Go way south. I'm guessing that's Salt Lake. So is it this sort of bit here? Where it says Bryce. Clever bastard. Even got an airport, look at that. Right, let's choose a plane. Something which is slow, but easy to fly. Icon A5 is usually a pretty good choice for this. $747, not the best sightseeing plane. The biplane? Is there a biplane? Oh, there's the Pitts. So the Pitts is an aerobatic plane. Which is pretty powerful. Or we could go with the complete opposite and go a fighter jet. What is that? That's a very smart looking plane. A C-400. Oh, that's pretty cool. You sat in a Dreamliner. You sat in it, but you didn't go anywhere. Just went for a bit of a sit. Try the boom. Yeah, I don't know what that... It doesn't sound real. So I don't know if that's a real thing or if that's just something that Microsoft have made up. Very pointy. Too fast? Too late now?
Kilo Bravo Charlie Echo traffic. StatsAir Tango Alpha
well, triple exhausts. Not necessarily 3 engines. Might be. It's got an air blower. Don't need oxygen, right? DAB radio? Vegas is close at Mach 2.2, yeah. Well, so we're looking southwest, so Bryce should be roughly in front of us then. A space shuttle. I does not want to go up. Up? Maybe up? This does not want to take off. There we go. Okay. That does not fill me with confidence. Go faster, I'm trying. I hate this plane already.
Salt Lake Center. StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er is type 3 miles southwest of Kilo Bravo Charlie Echo, 8100. Request flight following.
It's cloudy.
StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er, Salt Lake Center. Squawk 4303.
Climb angle too steep. I was running out of runway.
StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er.
Yeah, it's a bit cloudy.
Roger. StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er.
This plane is horrible. We're going to do that later. So there's the Grand Canyon challenge that we were doing over the weekend. There's now a slightly different one. We will do that later. Was that flying? I don't know, but I hate it. Some concept plane. It's horrible.
StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er, contact Los Angeles Center on 124.2.
Going to 124.2. StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er.
That's pretty cool.
Los Angeles Center.
Wow, look
StatsSierra
at that.
Tango Alpha 69er, 6900.
Whoa, that looks really cool.
StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er, Los Angeles Center. Altimeter tree 01 tree, radar contact. Continue.
I can't see what I'm doing.
StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er, contact Salt Lake Center on 125.575. Good day.
I have no idea. I have no idea if the canyon wall is in front of me. I don't think it is.
Sierra Tango Alpha 69er.
Oh, I'm watching. I don't think we'll see it until it's too late, but I'm watching.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er, 9900.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er, Salt Lake Center, altimeter 3014, radar contact, continue.
Yeah, it's pointy. This might not be the right weather for doing canyon watching. Ooh, rainbow. Enough clouds? Nah. What's up here? Whee! But barrel rolls well. It's its only redeeming feature. I did a barrel roll. You missed it. Plane's horrible. It's really, really horrible. That's pretty cool. Faster altitude, and that's all it does. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. Because it does not maneuver at all. Or take off. Penguich, man. What? It does. It looks like a space shuttle. I know. It's okay. Relax. Red ones go faster.
Hydrate.
Yeah, stripy red ones go even faster. Let's try that again. With a more appropriate plane. Well, this one is quite tricky to get off the ground. And with maybe no clouds, because... yeah.
Kilo Bravo Charlie Echo traffic. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er, taking off runway 21, departing straight out, Kilo Bravo Charlie Echo.
It's French. Avionique. This does have a DAB digital stereo. love how this control thing is just zip tied to the frame. No smoking. It's the VCR, yeah. For the 32-inch plasma in the back. This is a very squirrely plane. Blech. It's going to take a bit longer to get there, though. Well, this is going to look cool in the snow. Why wasn't it snowy just now? You know what this plane's really good at? Whee! Climb angle too low, I'm doing barrel rolls. Leave me alone.
Salt Lake Center. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er is type Pitts, 2 miles south of Kilo Bravo Charlie Echo, 8900.
It's Pitts.
Request flight following.
StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er, Salt Lake Center. Squawk 7373.
Squawk 7373. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er.
I don't think there's supposed to be trees down there, but never mind.
StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er. Radar contact 4 miles south of Kilo Bravo Charlie Echo.
Why is her voice so...
Altimeter 29902.
Why is she so husky?
Roger. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er.
In a very sultry kind of way of speaking. Bristles. Thank you very much for the 70. Thank you very much for the tier 2. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Ooh, spiky. I have done many barrel rolls. It's basically what this plane does. It's a barrel roll plane. It's party trick. It's very spiky. Oh, look how thin that is. Incredible. Do a loop. The one thing this plane doesn't do particularly well, actually, is loops. Trust me, I've tried. No. It's so different to the Grand Canyon. This is Bryce Canyon. Quite a different landscape. The red rocks with the snow cover. It's just a shame that the sim puts a bit too many trees in, I think. Yeah, you can. There is a walking mode, but the sim also has a drone mode, so you can just basically pause the sim and just move around with the camera. But frankly, if you're gonna do that, you might as well use Google Earth. It's just an easier interface. And free. This is very much not free. Yeah, let me try and do a loop in front of this cliff here. What could possibly go wrong? Whee! Or at least an Immelman. Actually did it. Okay. Been aided by the uplift. Meow. Oh, I'm pretty sure I've seen the wingsuit guys go through that gap. Oh, I must have done. That looked really familiar. Do you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I've seen footage of a wingsuit guy going through that gap. Because they start up here. They hurl themselves off this cliff. Wingsuit mode in this would actually be really cool. I don't know if anyone's modded that in. Because in theory, that wouldn't be too difficult to do. Yeah, look at this, because they like come down here. And they go through there. I'm sure I've seen someone do that. Screw landing in those trees, though. I'm pretty sure in reality these trees aren't here. Should you be proud of that? Yes, because it's more than yaks. Meow. Yeah, could you get me a coordinate, a good, like, or an airfield or something? Or, like, just communicate to me somehow where the arches is. And we'll have a look at that as well. It's pretty cool. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, of course. Gotta keep you guessing. It's called intermittent reinforcement. Oh, Zion's just south of it? How do you know how far? When you say just south. When Americans say it's just south of, you tend to mean like, it's 3,000 kilometers away.
Delta 9er Tree Liner, Salt Lake Center. Radar contact continue.
Wingsuit flyers have a death wish? Yeah. Got auto-modded. Yak did some modding. It's a 30-minute drive and we're doing 136 knots. It won't take too long. It's over there somewhere. Is it directly south? Can you give me a bearing? Navigate me. Slightly southwest, okay. Yeah, it's kind of difficult for me to use that in the game.
Transcon 760 contact Los Angeles Center on 124.2. Good day.
It's cool for me finding on a map myself, but doesn't really help me while I'm in the plane.
Transcon 760.
Turn left at the next pine tree. No, we're going to Casey's place now. You want to go over there somewhere, I think. I'd say it's about 45-degree angle southwest from Bryce. Okay, we need to go more right then. Zion, I think? Yes. We're doing chat nav. Sensible people use sat nav. I'm using chat nav. Feel like it's over this ridge, which I may not be high enough to actually go over, so we should probably go up a little bit. Point me to a cheap bar just outside Brighton ski area. Brighton ski area? Isn't that a bit of an oxymoron?
StatsAir Tango Alpha 6969.
This is where the my idea for that coordinates output would be really useful,
Good day.
because then you could see exactly where I am.
124.2, Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 6969er. Los Angeles Center, Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 6969er, 10,100.
We could change the season as well, actually.
Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 69er, Los Angeles Center, altimeter 29er.
I have the labels turned on, but they're not particularly helpful most of the time.
Continue.
The number of that flight is AAL 3013. You're going to try and use that to see where I am. That's not a bad idea, actually. That's not a bad idea. Let me change the season, just so we can see. Let's go to June. That's my birthday, look at that. Where is Zion in relation to Alton? Because Alton is just over there.
Los Angeles Center, Frontier Flight 4967, flight level tree 20. Frontier Flight 4967.
Southwest of Alton.
Los Angeles Center. Radar contact, continue.
Alright. So between Alton and Glendale? If I go, this is not the best of plane to be doing level flying with. If I go directly to Alton, which is over there, it's probably that marker right now. And then we can navigate from Alton. It's west of Glendale? Oh, okay. What does that say? It's in something creek. Springdale. Oh, it's Penguich again. We were there earlier. This is not a great plane for doing this, but never mind. Okay, so Alton is there, I think. This marker. We could do a Super Bowl flyover. Yeah, we could do that. We could totally do that. What was that? Was that Denver? I mean, we just come from Denver. It's west of Pennsylvania. Thanks for that. Right, so there's Alton. I think that marker over there, I think that is Glendale. So you're telling me it's west of that? That's going to take a while.
Los Angeles Center, JetBlue 2577.
You want to go west from Alton and then south after about 20 miles. We'll fly right through the canyon.
Los Angeles Center. Radar contact. Continue.
Roger. Next up, Swains Creek. Interesting name. Theory, there's a city in South Wales, or a town, big town, small city, called Swansea, where my family are from. And the theory of its name, not necessarily true, one of the theories is that it's Swain's Eye, Swain being the same word as bosun, as in a ship's bosun, boat swain. But it could also refer to swine, meaning, you know, pigs. There's a river. $14.40, yeah. So Twitch doesn't support that for everyone. So they've been doing. So what you might have seen if you've seen that on Twitch is Twitch have been rolling it out to selected partners and ambassadors gradually. But basically, until they implement AV1 encoding, they probably won't do that because it's going to be way too much bandwidth for them. However, certain other platforms do support that already. So on YouTube, for example, you can stream up to, I think, like 8K.
Delta Tree 902.
However,
Maintain present altitude.
my monitor is only 1080. So there's no point in me trying to stream at 1440 because it would just be upscaling and there'll be no point. Kick, I actually don't know what Kick supports. Their base bit rate is higher, I know that much. But in order to do any of that stuff and deliver a stream which is different to the stream that I'm sending to Twitch, I would definitely need a second PC. Because currently I'm just sending the same stream to all the services. This machine can do that. It can't do multiple streams. That requires a second machine. Alright, we are now north of Glendale. Oh, I see. It's all the way over there. Holy crap. You weren't... Okay. I see where it is on the map now. I was looking on a completely the wrong scale. It is... It's that. It's that right there. That's the edge of it. That's gonna take a little while. Didn't realize that you meant quite so far away. Can we go and see the swords? We went to see the swords on Sunday. They are still not there. So see that escarpment on the right, and then those two markers ahead of the plane, 3 markers ahead of the plane? That's where it is. Currently, Casey, that is very unlikely, but I will keep that in mind. Clear Creek Ranch. Yeah. So so as a casual flyer, no, not really. So the difference in the sim between, because you have like the mechanics of the simulation itself, and then you have like the gameplay wrap over the top of that. So in terms of the sim itself, it doesn't make a lot of difference to me as a casual, casual flyer, because the differences were to do with airflow to support gliders and to support rotary wing aircraft. And I don't do anything in the sim that would make me notice a difference. But I'm sure that more serious sim people probably would care about that difference. But to me, it makes no difference. Apart from the fact that I have the option in this of doing gliders and rotary wing that don't really exist in 2020. So from that point of view, no, not really. The two big changes for me are that most of the content is streamed rather than pre-downloaded, which is great for me because I have a very good internet connection. So that means I don't have to pre-download a whole bunch of stuff and have it stored locally. The other thing is sort of the gamification side of it. So 2020 doesn't have much in the way of gamification. This is a lot more gamified in terms of like the career progression and stuff, which is really cool. It's done really well. The challenges exists in both 2020 and 2024, along with like so photo mode is new in 2024. The bit in 2020 that is missing in this is bush flights. I really, really want them to do bush flights because I loved bush flights. I spent many happy hours in a VR headset doing bush flights just off stream. Love bush flights. And I've done a few on stream as well. We did the Norway one. We did a few of those bush flights. Did a Germany one, I think. The Norway one was amazing because we did the whole thing. So yeah, the wrap over the top is a bit different. And like there's some aspects of 2020 like the bush flights that I really like, and there's some aspects of this that I really, really like. On balance, I was pretty happy with the way that 2020 worked. If you're just trying to like use it the way that I'm using it, and you're considering getting one or the other, I would go for 24 just because it's the newer one, and it's the one that's ultimately probably going to get the best support in the long run. But then a lot of third-party content works for both. So like, you know, the plane models and stuff, the API for doing that is universal between the two sims, and so models can be made for both games at once, or both sims at once. Oh wow, that looks amazing. What the? I've never actually looked into the geology of Zion. I have no idea what I'm looking at really. There's all these like almost north-south like linear structures. I don't know what that is. We'll go and have a look. Looks like this valley on the left here is like the main canyon. Then there's all these like, yeah, see these like linear structures on the left here? There's a whole load of those going north-south. I don't know what they are. Cheers, bruises. If I get a chance in a sec, I'll show you the map and show you what I mean. Because they're not very obvious looking here. But on the map, they're like super obvious. Yeah, there's one there. Whatever that is. I'm guessing it's faulting. There's one just next to the wing there. See these linear structures like coming towards the camera here? If you look on a map, they're much, much more obvious than they are here. That almost looks like a Norwegian fjord that's been dried up. That's very cool. So, in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the topography is radar bathymetry. So they take satellite radar bathymetry data and they create a model of literally the entire planet, which in areas that has good bathymetry data is accurate to a few, like, millimeters. So they have a mesh of the whole planet. And then over the top of that, they lay Bing satellite mapping. So if you go to Bing Maps and you look at the satellite layer, they're taking that imagery and then they're overlaying that over the bathymetric mesh. And so where the ground is relatively flat, it works really, really well. Where it struggles is in places like this, where you have these vertical surfaces, because obviously the satellite imagery looks downwards, and so where you have a vertical surface, there's not much imagery data for that vertical surface, and so it kind of stretches it vertically, and so when you look at a cliff from the side, it doesn't look very good. 2020 didn't do that very well. 2024, a little bit of logic kicks in, I think, that says, this is a vertical cliff, we don't have any data for this, let's make something up. And so it sort of inserts a texture. But yeah, if you're looking at sort of like cliff sides, canyon sides, it doesn't look particularly great. But if you're looking at more open areas, it's very accurate. This is like photorealistic. That is exactly what it does actually look like. The only thing that can be a tiny bit inaccurate is when the sim sees a green area, it tends to get a bit heavy-handed with trees. And so you'll see like trees being populated when there aren't actually any trees there. Because it might just be like grass or bushes or whatever. Gavri, hello. Type message. Good job. Congratulations. You passed. Wow, that's really cool. Looks like a painting. Thank you so much. We go down. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that these linear features they're not really visible. I'll show you on the map in a second. I can't see any of them right now. Yeah, see how like the sim is like popping the stuff in and out? I think it's I do have the setting where it only renders the stuff in the direction that you're actually looking. So when I change the camera, you'll see it suddenly like go, oh, it's looking now. And then it'll start to pop in. Oh, thank you, Gaffrey. Appreciate it. So these linear features are orientated almost north, like east, like west-northwest. Sort of this direction. think that's one in front of us, and there's one like parallel, just the other side of that ridge. Yeah, that's definitely one there. And this is another one, I think. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know what that is. Yeah, see how the imagery in front of the plane there is just a bit like not quite happy. It's around here these little sort of ridges get very, very blade-like, and the imagery doesn't really cope with it very well. Wow, look at that. See how the sim's just like, nope, we're just gonna go with some kind of generic texture, because that big streak is the image being like stretched, and then it's kind of making it up. Yes, this is another one of these linear features here. Like, we'll find out in a minute. Something like that, Beckenberg, yeah. They're everywhere, look. Let me do a little bit of looking around on the internet to find out what they are. Yeah, some more there just under the plane. But it looks like faulting. If you look at the map, they're very, very linear and very unidirectional. They're all along about like 320-ish. Well, no, 340. But I'm just amazed how unobvious they are here. Because there's so much else going on, but on a map they're like the predominant feature, which is really interesting. Let me show you. So, These they look like scratches, right? These features. So the predominant landform that you see when you're like there is the actual canyons. I changed to a topographic. Yeah. So the predominant feature that you're sort of seeing jump out at you are the sort of natural water eroded canyons, these like winding canyons. But then there's this other sort of lattice feature, which it could be it'd be faulting, but it could also be jointing. Because I now notice that here there are potentially 90-degree cross lines, which would suggest jointing rather than faulting. Let's have a look. Yeah, just bare claw marks. Gotta type. There. It's jointing. Jointing in the Navajo sandstone. Interesting. Yeah, I can. So I was just reading about it. So so this area is predominantly sandstone, and it's a lot of sandstone. So this area of Utah is just solid sandstone, like cubic miles of sandstone, and when you have very thick, quite uniform beds of sedimentary rock, particularly coarser grained sedimentary rock like sandstone, when you remove the pressure from it, so a lot of geology is considering the addition of pressure, but sometimes the pressure gets removed. Sometimes like lateral support disappears, or you end up in sort of a regime where there's some kind of elongation, some kind of stretching going on. And when that happens, for whatever reason, if you remove the lateral support from this massive block of rock, the pressure that was holding it together starts to pull it apart. And what happens is it basically behaves like a mineral. This like huge block of rock behaves like a mineral essentially, and it has cleavage, and it will break apart, and it will break apart perpendicular to the direction the force was removed, or the direction of the stretching. And so if the stretching in this case was east-west, or the removal of the force was on the east and west sides, then it will stretch in that direction, and that causes perpendicular jointing, which are similar to faults. But faults are caused by usually some kind of convergent pressure. Whereas this is the removal of pressure. It's the negative force, if you like, pulling force rather than pushing force. And so it just cracks. So if you imagine like taking a block of sandstone in your hands, if you could grab it and pull it hard enough, if you could pull that rock, it would snap in half. And that's what's happening. And because the rock is so uniform, it joints very regularly. that force is removed at regular intervals. And so it breaks apart quite predictably almost, which is why you get these parallel lines. And this can form literal cubes. So because you have the jointing tends to happen at 90 degrees. If the force is removed on all sides at once, you get this situation where you've got these north-south lines, and then you've also got these east-west lines through here. But then you've also got the bedding planes, and rocks tend to be weak along their bedding planes. And if there's been no tectonics going on, the beds are still flat. And so you've got these two 90-degree vertical jointing planes with a horizontal plane underneath it, because that's or running through it, because that's the bedding plane. And that can cause cubes. And so there are places around Utah, particularly, I think, where, and this might be one of those places, where you can find these giant house-sized cubes of sandstone. And I've seen so many videos on social media of these guys who like go out doing, exploring, going, oh, it must be aliens, trying to get a viral video. I found these cubes. It must be aliens. There's no way this could occur naturally because, right angles don't occur in nature. That is not true. Nature doesn't often do right angles, but it can do right angles. And so yeah, you might find pictures or footage of these giant cubic sandstone blocks. Is the stretching still happening? Not here, I don't think, no. Because that would have been associated with... so there was a my North American tectonic history, geology is not great, but there was a situation in North America at one point in between the orogenies of the Rocky Mountains and the Sierra Nevada / Cascades, where there was a period that's analogous to what's going on in East Africa right now, where you had potentially a new ocean opening, but it just didn't, because sometimes that just stops. And so this was probably associated with that. I have no idea what that event was called, I'm afraid. It's probably that. But it can also happen. But because of the scale of those joints, I would guess that's what that was. It's tectonic, but it can also happen more locally on a much smaller scale. If you just have like some lateral support gets removed, something gets, a softer rock that was supporting it gets eroded, or an ice wall disappears, or something like that. It can happen on a much smaller scale, and you can get jointing on the scale of like centimeters rather than tens of meters. But yeah, it's a very messy landscape. I also noticed in here there was there was a hanging valley as well. So you've got like you've got these valleys, and then you've got this deeper valley. That's really weird. There's only a couple of ways that could happen. You've got this like big flat valley floor, and then you've got the deeper valley. Let me see if I can go back to it. Map, can we please play ball? Thank you. Hanging valley is usually a glacial term. There are a couple of processes that could make something. It's actually that. So what I was just pointing to on the map is this bit here. Can I go free cam here? No, I can't. So, oh God, look into the keyboard. It's difficult. There. IJK, what? Oh, there we go. So, ignore this canyon over here. If you like just mentally cut the picture off there, right? So if you were looking over here, you think, oh, well, this is the valley floor, right? So this has been eroded. There's a river running through here, and it's carved out this valley. But then you look over here and you think, oh, there's another valley. How does that work? Because when rivers form valleys that meet, the rivers join at the same level, unless there's something weird going on. There are a couple of exceptions to that. One is if it wasn't a water river, it was an ice river. So, because ice joins at the top, not at the bottom. So when you have a river joining, the bottom of the river will be on the same level. When you have ice joining, the top of the ice will be at the same level. And so what that can create is this could have been a glacial valley, and this could have been a glacial valley at the same time. And this was just a glacier. I don't think that's what's going on here, but this would be a glacier up here, forming and then flowing into a main glacier, which goes down here. These valleys aren't quite the right shape to be glacial, but it could be. I don't think so, though. The other thing that can happen is when you have some kind of uplift event, the way that waterfalls generally form is that a valley system forms and then there's some kind of uplift that means that the land is now higher and so erosion increases. But of course, if you lift a whole region up, the region doesn't know that it's higher because everything in the region looks the same as it always did. But at the edge of the region that's being uplifted, you get this change in elevation, and that causes locally more erosion. And that erosion at that point on the river then sort of cascades backwards, and you end up with a waterfall that ends up eroding back up the river valley. And that's how a waterfall ends up forming and then traveling up a river. And so you could get this from that process where a waterfall has formed like down there somewhere and then cut back up through the valley. And then you can end up with a hanging valley that way. Which one of those two this is, I don't know. Because this isn't a typical glacial valley profile, so I don't know. I wouldn't like to guess, but definitely at some point this was a separate valley floor. But now the water comes down here and then goes, "Wah!" Which is not normal. I can show you a glacial hanging valley somewhere else in the world. Basin and range formation. Yeah, that's what I was thinking underneath. That makes sense. Look at all the bumps. Yeah, so geomorphologists. It's a very difficult concept to explain to someone who doesn't think like that. But geomorphologists look at a landscape and don't see it as a static landscape. They don't see it as, oh, there's some hills and trees and valley and a river and blah. They see it as a series of events. And when a geomorphologist sees something like this, they're like, oh, that's really interesting. What order did this happen in? Because that there has to be a series of events that happened to make this shape. Can't all happen at once necessarily. Yeah, exactly. Forensics for the planet, exactly. And, on a very simple level, it could be, you can see that there's a current river channel, and then you can see that there's like a dry river channel next to it. It's pretty obvious what happened there, right? But sometimes it can be quite complicated. Let me show you a glacial hanging valley. Classic example that I know about. Let's stay with the pits. So this is it. So this is my favorite place in the world. So this is Cadair Idris, which is one of the mountains in Mid Wales. And it has these glacial corries, coombs, there's lots of different words for them. So this is a glacial valley, so there used to be a glacier starting here in these dips. And then flowing down into this main valley where a bunch of glaciers all join together and flowed out over here. And this one is flowing along a fault, which is why it's so straight. But this is a classic example of a glacial hanging valley. And so when I spawn in with the plane and I fly along here, what you'll see is this valley here. It's not really obvious from this image, but this is very high up. And then the floor of this valley stops about here. And then it's suddenly really, really steep and goes down into this valley, which is like twice as deep. But these formed at the same time. So you have this glacier flowing down and meeting this much, much deeper glacier. And the tops of the two glaciers where they met would have been the same level, even though the bottom would have been very different. And that's called a hanging valley. So let me... I guess we could go from Bryn Creek and then go around this way. Yeah, let's do... because then you'll get the picture. And if I mark Minforth... There we go. And then we need it to be very much daytime. Does Wales basically spill everything so no one knows how to pronounce it? Yes, it is an anti-tourism measure to make sure no one goes there. Is this the latest one? Yes. All right. I have a 5080. Welcome to Wales. I hate taking off in this thing. Blech. Surrender your consonants? What do you mean surrender? Oh, because they need them? Yeah, they're running out of consonants. Talkie is a little bit talky.
StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er is type Pitts, 1 mile southwest of Echo Golf Uniform India, 600.
Pitts.
Request flight following.
So,
Sierra Tango Alpha 6.
this is Cardigan Bay.
Manchester Center. Squawk 6466.
Squawk 6466. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er.
All right, so this valley in front of us right now.
Sierra Tango Alpha 69er. Radar contact.
You didn't sound too sure about that.
2 miles south of Echo Golf Uniform India, 1100.
I might turn these guys off.
01 tree.
Roger. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er.
This valley that's stretching out in front of us is a glacial valley. And on either side of it are smaller glacial valleys that feed into it. And we're going to one of the ones that I showed you on the map earlier, which is coming off the side of what is now Cadair Idris, although, of course, Cadair Idris was formed by these glaciers. And this is flowing along a fault, which flowed that way, although the Irish Sea wasn't there when that glacier was there. Behind me was just land, stretching all the way over to Ireland, and the coast was way down on the south coast of Ireland. Thunder, 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 cats. If any of you, like, that might be one of you, I don't know. Maybe that is one of you. If that is one of you, say hi. Whatever you're in, it's fast. No, literally when the UK wasn't an island. The same period when Doggerland existed as well. That connected the southeast of England to Denmark. So we could have done the Mac loop on Sunday. Actually, we did do the map loop on Sunday. If you missed it on Sunday, we actually did that. Because it was the challenge. But that challenge is now gone. And been replaced by a different one. Alright, so you can see one of these glacial valleys here. Joining here. So you'll notice that the position that this joins at is here, not here as it would be if a river valley was joining. And you can see all of these glacial corries in the side here. These are all used to hold ice, flowing into this main valley at a much higher height than the base of the main valley. That's the classic textbook characteristic of what a glacial valley looks like. You'll also notice that it's a very concatenary shape. It's a very sort of hanging rope type shape. There we go. So on the left, just by the tip of the wing there, this is classic hanging valley. This is my favorite place in the world. I'll fly you roughly up the place that you can walk. So so this is the main road here, and then here there's a little car park. And you can climb up through these trees, and then up into the valley here. I'll try and sort of fly you along the route. So that's the car park there. And then that up there is Cadair Idris. That's the start of the mag loop. Oh yeah, many times. There's a lot of glacial moraines up in here as well. Big one just above the wing. There, nice lateral moraine. This is Llyn Kai, Lake Kai. The main route that you would walk is to the left there, up that ridge. Although you can also take this quicker route, which is called the Pony Path. Which is horrible, don't do that. Hopefully we have enough to get up over here. And then that's the main path up to the summit, but you could come from that way. From up here you can see the Llyn Peninsula, which is that bit of land sticking out into the Irish Sea, and if you, on a good day, from the peak up here, you can see the Isle of Man, and if it's a really good day, you can see Cumbria. This is the summit of Cadair Idris. This is the tallest peak in mid-Wales. Meow. And so yeah, this used to be a glacial quarry, and then down there at the end of the wing is the end of the hanging valley. where the side glacier used to meet the main glacier. No, we have mountains. They're very old mountains, so they're not very tall. Unless you go up to Scotland. But personally, I think this is one of the prettiest places in the world. But I might be biased. Did the side glacier know it was the side glacier? Not until it got to the main glacier, no. Sea level is pretty much where that road is down there. That is sea level, pretty much. How tall Cadder Idris is, I don't know, but you can easily Google it. So yeah, that lake down there, Llyn Ogwen, is not that far above sea level, because the sea is just over there. See that from this point, you get a really good view of the hanging valley there. See how it looks like the valley's just literally been just cut off. Oh man, I missed this place. Look at that. All those lumpy bits at the bottom of the valley are all moraines. Sediment dropped by the ice. Another hanging valley, a bit shallower. A quiche moraine, a bit crunchy. This is pretty accurate, actually. I'm glad that the sim here hasn't put in a bunch of trees. There aren't any. Saber. You can also walk up from the other side, but I've never done it. I think it's a much longer walk. The car park on the south side is much more convenient. Did the Welsh burn them? No, up here they were never here. In other places it's because of sheep farming. And a lot of the forests in Wales are actually forestry commission forests that actually aren't native trees. Yeah, so you can go from this side somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where. Down just above the plane there, I think. It's a much longer walk. I'm not sure if I'm seeing people doing the Mac Loop challenge. No, because it's not on this week. It must just be people just doing the Mac Loop just for the fun of it. Wow, look at that. This has real weather. I don't have it turned on right now because the weather right now in the UK is miserable. But this has real weather, as far as that is possible. So it uses live data. Yeah, no, I can do that. Let me get the plane trimmed and I'll turn it on. You can see. It will be dark though, because it's dark. We can go weather, live weather. Oh, actually, we can have live weather with artificial time. So this is like February's weather in June. So this is live. Not obviously like every single individual little bit of cloud, but in terms of like wind shear, wind levels, wind altitudes, cloud base, the patchiness of the clouds is mapped in real time. And so if there's a big cloud in reality, it's in the game. Because if it's on the satellite image, it's in the game. And so if it was daytime, this would be fairly realistic. So we can make it February, real time. There we go. That is live. Kind of difficult to fly this plane at nighttime. Not Where'd the plane go? Where'd the landscape go? Help. I'm not sure you'd want to fly this plane instrument rated. It's not really what it's for. Because this is an acrobatics plane. Anyway, before I crash. Because I'm pretty sure the instruments don't even have backlights. Because it's for doing loop-the-loops. And barrel rolls. Not so much for the, actual flying. Earthworm. They are shifting. The hell are they in? Is that? Hang on, wait. That's a name. You want to see some of our tallest mountains? If Silent Sarah is still here. I never remember exactly which one Ben Nevis is. That one. Oban, yeah. Let's take something slightly faster. Why not? I don't know what that... What's FS9? I don't know what that is. So probably not. Ran it on Windows 3. That could be an issue. Chat, how much do you like trees? Because we're probably going to be seeing some pretty close up in very shortly. Yeah. I'll try. But leave the brakes on until the last possible second. Apparently those trees don't have hitboxes. Cool.
Scottish Center.
There.
StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er is type Boeing, 1 miles west of Echo Golf Yankee Sierra, 500. Request flight following. Squawk
All right.
6 Tree 4 Tree. StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er.
StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er. Radar contact 3 miles northwest of Echo Golf Yankee Sierra, 2600. QNH 101 tree.
I'm a carrier. It was role playing as a carrier.
Roger. StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er.
Holy shit, that was loud. I didn't realize that was actually modeled. What the? Holy crap. I'm doing it again. I don't know how, I don't know why I'm doing it again, but I'm doing it again apparently. Okay. These are the lumpy mountains. They're a bit lumpier than the Welsh mountains. View changes? Oh, really? Oh, that's weird. Okay, thanks for telling me that. I'll try not to do that. That's a weird bug. Alright, so this is Ben Nevis. This is the tallest mountain in the UK. Quite tall. Yeah, it's walkable even. I don't think you would. I don't think you. Well, if the weather is inclement, you would definitely need some serious gear. But it's a walkable mountain. It's not. It doesn't require any actual climbing gear. But in the winter, you're definitely going to need snow stuff. See if I can get my speed underneath Mach 1 so that I can actually change views without going bang, bang, bang. Hey, there we go. Oh, is the viaduct actually modeled? Oh, that'd be cool if it's modeled. Oh, it is. Is it? Ah, so you might recognize this. Didn't realize this was modeled. Along with one of the prettiest valleys in the country. Yeah, Harry Potter. Oh, that's pretty cool. Look at that. Wow. It's very cool. Cockpit can't see if you're in the cockpit. Whee! Ba-ba-da-doo-dee-doo-doo, ba-ba-da-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, so this was the viaduct that the Hogwarts Express went along in the movie. Wrong country? Not the wrong country? You're not paying attention. Wrong bit of the country. Nessie's over there. Congratulations, board. You have 1 mountain top drums. To the Hebrides. No, Scotland. So this in front of us is Sky. I have been here. Highly recommend Sky. Sky is beautiful. We can see the cockpit briefly, but I don't like being in here because it obscures most of the view. I don't see the point. I do this to look out of the window, not to look at the cockpit. Buttons. Yeah, the buttons don't change much. There's usually the same buttons. These mountains ahead of us are the Culins, the black Culins. Take it from me when I say, if you go walking in the black Culins, don't wear your best boots. Because the rocks up here have freaking great big garnets in them, and they will tear up your brand new walking boots in about 5 minutes. Take old boots that you don't want to have anymore, because you won't have them after you finished. I spent a week up here. Went through an entire boot. Also, being up here at sunset, on that peak to the right there, is at sunset was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Because you can see the Outer Hebrides, like behind the sunset, in front of the sunset, just absolutely stunning. Highly, highly recommend it. Look at that. However, when I came here, it was not summer. Very much winter. It was very flipping cold. So these are the Outer Hebrides, where Dirac is from. So, Inner Hebrides, Outer Hebrides. I do not have the SR7, no. Peak of sunset, getting down was kind of fun, because it was dark. And this was very much the age before mobile phones had, you know, lights. So it was dark. I'm surprised how unlumpy the Outer Hebrides are. It's pretty cool. The yard-long maglite. I think one of the guys did have a maglite. Yeah. Used to be a fight of a mountain lion. Or a drunk Scotsman. In the heat of battle, does it make much difference? So marshy, look at that. It's a shame Jirek isn't here, actually. I think he'd give us a guided tour. Then at the rack signal. So many little lakes. Up here somewhere there's a... we've actually landed on stream. There's a an airport that's run off of a beach. The airstrip is literally the sand. Oh, someone's been playing Roadcraft. Grumballs. Shout his name from Ben Nevis, yeah, maybe. We could fly over to the Orkneys. Sorry, the Faroes. Oh, we could go to Orkney. Faroes might take a while, though. Plane, stop fighting me, please.
Hydrate.
That's quite pretty. Stornoway. Ben Nevis. It's like Marco Polo, but the Scottish version. Ben Nevis. Tiger, thank you very much for the raid. I hope that you survived Vinci Story. Hope that you were intrigued to play more. How did you get on? What were your accomplishments? I'll let the mods decide what to do with that. No mods? Dang it. You made molds? You have almost achieved metal. So what was your general impression? Was it like a pretty cool we'll play again? So flat. Somehow, game, I don't think that there would be a little boat on that lake. Seems unlikely. Where's it gonna go? Yeah, I get it. I was a bit surprised when you said that you were going to do Vintage Story on a low brain day. I'm like, is that a good plan? 'Cause that is a very high brain game to learn. It's also worth bearing in mind, playing Vintage Story for the first time, that if there's any aspects of it that you don't like, a lot of that stuff can be modded and changed in some way, because probably chances are someone else doesn't like that same thing. And so a lot of it can be, you know, made easier, circumvented, you know, whatever. So just bear in mind that it is very, very, very configurable and extremely moddable. So if there are any aspects you don't like, probably can be changed. A castle? Need to talk to Dante. Dante of the Hollow Mountains. Or Jirak of the removing entire mountains. Yeah, it's very, very gently paced if you want it to be. Especially if you have it set up how you have it. Where it's a bit less violent. I want to do a, what's called a Homo sapiens playthrough, where it's literally just you. There's no lore content, there's no traders. I think that would be fun. Yeah, Skyrim story mode, no. Yeah, I want to do Skyrim at some point. Spot, thank you very much for the follow. This is the end of the Hebrides. We have flown the whole of the Outer Hebrides. Who are you again? Why do you want me to go and fetch your goat? The end of the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, I'm always, every time I come here, I'm always surprised at how flat it is. Compared to the mainland, which is, you know, not that far away. Yeah, people. Actual people. That's it. Show's over. That's the end. Next up, Russia? That was Stornoway. That's the end of the Outer Hebrides. Yeah, Porto Cagio. Hello, boat. Captain Cardiac, thank you very much for the prime. Ship. That is a live ship. That ship is actually there. Also, we're about to crash. And... oh. Sonic boom, 50 feet off the deck. Oh, there we go. Pretty sure we're all dead now. We are now a hydroplane. And a cranoplan. With afterburners. Kind of cool. Quite like this. Still using the rudder. Ugh, we didn't like that. Am I gear down? I definitely did not put the gear down. There we go. No, it's putting that down automatically. I'm raising the gear and then it's just going, nope, you need gear for this. I don't have the damage model turned on, to be fair. Otherwise we would be dead. Whee! After takeoff, remember to retract the landing gear. That, apparently the game thought that was a takeoff. Okay.
21 miles south of Echo Golf, Kilo Charlie, India, 500. Request flight following. Squawk 7527, StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er 69er.
StatsSierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er. Radar contact 20 miles south of Echo Golf Kilo Charlie, India, 9500. QNH 101 tree.
Roger. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er 69er.
Was the HC American in Scotland? Because Microsoft. Wow, that's pretty cool. The modeling of the high altitude like water surface is very good in this. That's very realistic. Oh, look at that. That looks so cool. Very pretty, right? Mainland all the way over there. Outer Hebrides, Inner Hebrides. See? Bye, Tiger, there in the red. What is the ceiling of a Super Hornet? Classified, yeah, probably. Andrew does good night. It's very cool. Oh, we're over 40. We're actually a fair chunk of the way to the Faroe Islands. I do have it set to infinite fuel, otherwise we would have run out of fuel a long time ago. The fact that it should be on 50 and has gone down to 49, despite the fact that we have infinite fuel, should tell you how much fuel it is draining right now. Because I have infinite fuel, but it's using more than infinite fuel per second. Why do I have flaps? That is a very good question. Although this plane's been fighting me, because I'm not doing the trim, it's doing the trim. Yeah, I don't know. This was not working the other day as well. Yeah, I think it looks after itself to a certain extent. Because every time I put the trim back to 0, it puts it back to whatever it wants. And I don't have the, like, auto trim turned on. Climbing faster, but slowing down. Yeah, see, like, the flaps are massively increasing, and that's not me doing that. That's the plane. Because it's trying not to stall, I guess. Is that how planes work, Eco? I didn't know. I thought red meant good. I know. Calm down, chat. I do know the basics of how planes work. I just wish it would take the flaps off. Because I can make them more flaps. Oh, that's less flaps. What? Okay, this makes no sense at all. Why is that more flaps? What? The least flaps is the middle setting. How does that make sense? Yeah, it just basically, it looks after itself with the flaps. That's not me changing that. Right, we're 1/3 of the way to the Faroe Islands. annoying, because if I want it to fly straight and level, it just won't. Oh, now it stopped adjusting the trim. Okay. Weird. I'm gonna behave now? What happens if I do the flaps now? Why? That makes no sense. Where am I going? The Faroe Islands. No, I don't want to go upwards. Just stay flat and level, please. I'm just curious how long it'll take to get it. Can we still see the Hebrides? Yeah. I'm not going that fast. Oh, is that it? That might be it. Something trim, something squeeze the something vertical Adrian thingy jam. Yes. This plane is way too clever. Yeah, that is the Faroe Islands. Definitely. Wow, that's pretty cool. So you can see from 40,000 feet, you can see the Hebrides and you can see the Faroe Islands. That is pretty cool. I think I would max out the speedo, basically. It'll go into the red stripey bit and then just like hit the top. I guess we're not going to the Faroe Islands because Yak wants to crash. Mach 1.63 I think was as fast as we went. Honk. Now we're upside down. Are you happy? We're going back to the Hebrides. We're going upside down. Alright? Don't think we can take off. I think we're stuck. It's Yak's fault. I'm pushing the nose down, up. Not working. What if I put the gear out? Yeah, this will help. Is it me or is that a little bit bent? The rudder wouldn't even make the plane turn. Yeah, I think we're just screwed.
Roll right.
A bit late for that, lady.
Roll left, roll right, roll right. Roll right, roll right. Roll left, roll right. Roll right, roll right. Roll left, roll left.
Can't even eject.
Roll right, roll right. Roll left, roll left, roll right, roll right.
We turn the radar on, I think.
Roll right, roll right. Roll
Yeah.
right, roll right.
Data loading.
Roll right, roll right.
Why is this? Why is that a thing?
Roll left, roll left, roll right, roll right. Roll left, roll left, roll right, roll right.
Where's the self-destruct? We need to stop this getting into enemy hands.
Roll left, roll right. Roll right, roll right. Roll right, roll right.
Laser spot tracker. Sounds cool.
Roll right, roll right. Roll left, roll right, roll right. Roll right, roll right.
Extend the refueling hose. I wonder if that's modeled.
Roll right, roll right. Roll left, right, roll left. Right.
Self-destruction unavailable. Dang it. Is my fuel hose out? Probably underwater. Surprisingly buoyant. And the sea is surprisingly calm. Considering that we are in the North Atlantic in winter. Yeah, it's like that planet in... oh, what's the movie? The movie with the stupid, annoying ending. I can't remember what it's called. Real time. Live weather. Nah. Oh, it's getting a bit windy. Extraterrestrial, no. The one that's it's about like relativity, basically. Interstellar, that's the one. Anyway. Reykjavik, not in this one. I'm gonna take a pee break. While you lot decide where to go next. The world is your shellfish. Oh, we can do challenges. The challenges have changed. Can't do that one, but the so the Grand Canyon one has changed from the like altitude challenge to the rally race, which is probably similar to the Mac Loop thing. Or there's the Toyabe Canyon, which I haven't seen before. I don't know what the Strange Things challenge is. I think it's helicopters though. I think it's a like firefighting thing, but you have to download it separately. But I'm not set up for helicopters. But it's free. It's included. So yeah, let me know what you want me to do when I get back from peeing. When I remember where the button is. Show me that little ass. Come on, come on. Just a little bit more. You can do it. Don't be shy. Here it comes. What the hell, Zua? I waited for that ass for like 10 minutes. Oh, you stuck? Are you stuck, little Seattle? See? See? Don't make the face. So I deliberately didn't make the face. See? It's true. If you make the expectant face, you don't get nothing. If you're like, oh, that's a bad shot, then you get the shot. This is where I find out the devastation has a radar or something.
What?
This is where I find out the devastation. I don't know anything about that ship, so this is where I find out what gimmicks it has.
He's going for me. I'm trying to take out the sub here, though. Ah, fuck. I think I'm down. Yeah.
One. He's keeping count.
DCP.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I wasn't able to deal with the sub while he was on my side.
No,
I'm sorry.
it's tricky. It's tricky. Hello. Goodbye. Hot dog. No, Liz, how could you? You left me standing with a sausage in my hand. How could you? What do I do with this now? Can I put it back? No, I can't. This is a problem. I'm going to stand up for a bit. Suggestions, requests? Good night, Andromeda. New York Harbor, Australia. Well, Australia is quite large. Laforton? Could go to Laforton. Oh, you're going there? Well, in that case, certainly. I love flying around there. Let's do an actual, like planned flight thing. Because what we could do. So this is Laforton here. What we could do is start at the tip of Andoya. Fly past Tiger's Place. And then fly all the way down to Roost, where Ships at Sea is based. I'm not going to point to his house, because I don't think that would be appropriate. But I will fly you through the general vicinity of Live from the North. Alright. Let's do... Evening is probably better. Let's do like late summer. Oh, it could be snowy. Yeah, let's do snowy. But we'll do few clouds. Aurora? I don't think that's in. Sadly. That would be cool. I don't think it's in. Which plane, though? It's got to be something fairly quick, because that is quite a long way. We could stick with the Super Hornet. Or we could... do like a fancy little private jet thing. Don't have a Blackbird. It was Saab 340. It's a little bit big. You like a citation? The Aero Vodo Chodi L39 Albatross. Hell is that? Not slow. Should we try this? It's green though. It needs to not be green. Red. Brown. Purple. Go purple. An A10? Yeah, no, so we started off the stream with A10. Pretty much. Not quick though. All right. Yeah, so we will be Anduja. If you go to Live from the North, he's got the camera set up how he normally has it. The sort of mountain on the left of the frame is this one. You can't quite see this fjord entrance, but it is there, and you sometimes you see boats going in and out. And then like the mountain chain that's going sort of diagonally off into the distance is this one here. So it's this chain going through there. So we'll be flying down Anduja. That is home, which is the island that you can see in the frame. And so we'll fly pretty much like over there and then down there. And so this is Vestfjorden. And then we'll go all the way down the Lofoten Islands and then down to Rust, which is probably quite a short strip. Hopefully it's long enough. Might need to nudge the time back very slightly.
Anduja Tower, Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er at runway 14 ready for departure. South departure.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er, QNH 101 tree south departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 14.
Cleared for takeoff runway 14. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er.
Alright. I've never flown this plane before. I don't know what it's like. Hopefully it's okay. It's not runway 3. No, it's put me on 3-2. Why did it stop me at that end of the runway if it wants me to take off that way? Calme histoire. Very pretty. Oh wow, the lighthouse is actually modeled. Look at that. Oh, you probably couldn't see it because underneath me. So this is the very top of Vestfjorden.
Andoya Tower, StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er, frequency change.
Hang on, I'm still trying to fix your stupid flight planning. Alright. Please stop going up. Amundus Boy 4. Oh, what's really cool, for those of you who are live from the North Regulars, I was flying up here off stream a couple of days ago, and I spotted on the live marine traffic, one of the boats that was underneath me was one of the ships that we see regularly sailing past the camera. It's one of the fish farm stock ships. Pretty cool. How much do I have to trim you down for you to go flat? Hello? Did pipe a wave? No. Well, I'm sure you would see the Hertigruten ferries on there as well. Oh man, look at that. That is pretty. So this entire island on the right is Andoya, which I can't pronounce. So I just go and hope for the best. Oh man, look at that. It's so cool. When I set the time, I'd forgotten, of course, the sun is going to be, like, really in the south. It's not going to be in the west. The Hertigruten post ferry comes down that comes down here and then turns right into the view of the LFTN camera. Bedrock here is 3 billion years old. Because I knew you were wondering that. So I'll try and fly like over Holm, that little island. Slightly to the right here. So this, the mountain that's directly under the fuselage right now, on the end of the island there, that's the main one that you can see on the camera. So Holm should be like under the cloud there. Yeah, there you go, just underneath the right wing. Next to my head. So then we're going to come right a little bit. We're going to go, sorry, left a little bit. We're going to go down Vestfjorden. This fjord over here is a different one. I don't know if any of these maps have the names of the fjords. It does. This one does. That is Eidsfjorden. I don't know. I don't know. EID. Eidsfjorden. There's that one there above the tail. There's two people in this plane. Who's the other person? But, oh. Can't look at them. Have a passenger. Presumably it's Dawn. Yes, that one above the plane there is something like Eidsfjorden. This is the main Vestfjorden, which separates the mainland from the islands. And then just here on the right is going to be Sortland, I think. Oh no, we've just gone past Sortland. Sortland is just down there. Like local big town port place. Not sure where the Lofoten Islands technically start, because the mainland kind of ends on the left here. There's like an inlet, and so some of this is actually technically islands. By the looks of it, pretty much that bit on the left there, just above the nose, is the first island. Well, we have done that before, because he jumped, last time I was up here on stream, he jumped in voice with me. and gave me that sort of guided tour, which is very cool. He was telling me all about the geography and the mythology. I'm supposed to be over there. Elias Johan, I've definitely seen on the Live from the North camera. Okay, so this stuff on the left of us now is definitely islands. Whether it's the Lofoten Islands, I don't know exactly technically. But this is the first island, the first big island of that chain. This one here. And then they go... Yeah, I mean, in theory, that would be possible. Probably, actually, if you subscribed to the Marine Traffic Premium service, so you could get the API data, that probably actually wouldn't be that difficult. Because it would just be a matter of overlaying like a mesh over the top of the image. Once you got the perspective worked out, you could probably do that. Solvar, which is definitely one of the places in Ships at Sea. Okay, so this is definitely the beginning of the Lofoten proper. If it wasn't already. Wow, look at those long farm fields. Not growing much this time of year. So this bay is, this bay just below the plane now is Limstrand pollen. And that peak there is Haveren. Another landmark from ships at sea coming up to Leknes. In there behind that cloud. From here. Don, is there anywhere in particular that you're going? Place looks pretty cool. Yeah, that's Leknes. Whoa, cloud. Varoe, see that under behind my head there? Varoe? That's one of the fishing stock boats that we see go past LFTM. We see that boat quite regularly. Rock Dodger, hello. A horse racing track, really? Don't crash. Yeah, we already had that a bit earlier. with me saying, what's the altitude of the highest peak in the Rockies? As I was flying through some cloud near the Rockies.
Photo Center, StatsAir Tango Alpha
Odo.
69er is type 6 miles northeast of Echo November Golf Oscar India, 4100. Request flight
That's quite
following.
pretty. Wow, it's a really cool lake. It's really weird to have such a big lake right next to the ocean. Like, and to be
Squawk
presumably a
6215,
freshwater lake.
StatsAir
Although
Tango
not
Alpha
necessarily.
69er.
Freshwater lake, like, sandwiched between two slices of sea. Hey, Tiger. Don is going to Lofoten,
Roger. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er.
and so Don said, can we go to Lofoten? So I said, yes, we can go to Lofoten. So that's where we are. Don is doing some kind of Scandinavian tour. And hopefully this has helped him decide where to go. You have a request to the next place? Okie dokie. This is very cool. I hope you feel better soon. He's starting in Sweden. Why would you do that? Why would you do that when you can spend the entire time in Norway? That's the end of the the big bit, and then there's a few little splodges. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, landing there, yeah. Well, attempting to land there. Going all the way. We started right at the top of Anduja. We come all the way down. 200 and something kilometers, 227. All the way down Vestfjorden. Yeah, I may have pointed out a couple of landmarks. Stopping short of... He's over there. The big lake. Yeah, there's a few lakes like that. It's a drinking water reservoir. Interesting. We hovered and we looked through the windows. What we saw was scandalous. This is definitely part of the ships at sea map. You enjoy a Swedish product called Vasa. I won't tell them. Wow, that is a road. Look at that. Holy crap. And some switchbacks. Right, next up, hopefully maybe landing. I don't know if this is like an actual airstrip or if it's just like someone's back garden. I'm not entirely sure. A short runway airfield. Well, we're only a small plane, but we do go quite fast, so hopefully we got good brakes. Oh, this plane's one of those ones where the flaps don't do anything. Unless I've accidentally toggled on management. Let me just check. That is very pretty. Let me just check. Controls, assistances. Did I know? I haven't turned it on. It's all off. Some of the planes just seem to not let you do the flaps. Or the trim. We're going to be landing without flaps because it's not going to let me do it. So before anyone says, you need the flaps, I literally can't. When I try to do it, it turns them off again. There are controls for hot air balloons. I don't have them set up. At some point, I might get them set up so that I can do that, though, because that sounds like fun. There are also gliders and helicopters. And we did a bit of droning, but the drone controls are similar to the helicopter controls, and so the more helicopter-like they are, the less control I have. Unless it's because of speed, maybe it's airspeed. It could be airspeed, actually. Be a safety feature. Yeah, I'm aware, Gigi. If I do the space shuttle thing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, it is a speed thing. Interesting. Literally a speed safety feature. I love how you're all backseating me right now. It was because I was trying to bleed off speed. Now I'm going way too slowly.
Tower.
Blah.
StatsAir Tango Alpha.
Okay, we're landing quite short.
1 miles northeast.
Oh, holy shit! I have to park there. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. Oh, she's ready. Okay. That is. Okay. All right, lady. That was a very short turn. Saying, where'd you go? Where am I parking, dudes? Hello? That was like, you've touched the runway, now turn left. Okay. I'll just turn immediately left while doing 100 knots. Okay, cool. Yep. 95. 95? I think we can go a bit higher than 95. It was like the last mile. Less than a mile. We've come 250 kilometers. It's the last few meters. As a percentage, that is way less than 1%. I think you're being a bit mean. Yeah, this is the airport you can see on ships to see. Hey, dudes. I don't know where your colleague went, the one that made me turn left. At least you've got your flashing light on. Everything's okay. Right. Well, you're done. There is Lofoten and a whole bunch of other stuff. Looking forward to pictures. I hope that you get your itinerary sorted out. Looks like the geography in the larger islands is amazing. Don't think you can really go wrong up that part. This is it's so incongruous. We've got this like flat, like a lakey part, and then just lump. That's what union labor gets you, yeah. Right then, was it Chieftain who had a suggestion? Let's have it. The Hawaii volcano. Yeah, we've done that. We've done that a couple of times, but yeah, we can definitely do that. So, where exactly do you want to go? You want to go Big Island? Yeah, no, it's fine. That's a nice place to fly. Starting from Mauna Kea. Which one's Mauna Kea? Might need some help. Oh, this is Mauna Kea. Okay. So if we take off... We can start from there. Oh, God, there's vents. So cool. If we start from there... And which way is the strip? Yeah, if we start from there... And we go like around the volcano. And then we head up through the islands. And we can land at... Princeville. Or... Barking Sands Primrose. Oh, that is a lot further than I thought it was. Okay, 526 kilometers. That's twice as far as the previous flight. Maybe we don't go to the last island. Maybe we just go to Honolulu. It's still further. Alright, we'll see how far we get. So also, obviously, I'm going to take a detour through here as well. We'll see what we get to. So flying conditions, let's go for few clouds again. Local time. Afternoon? Yeah. Go like May. What planes do you get? There's quite a few. Everything from tiny little microlight things all the way through to the huge passenger jets like belugas and things. And then there's also gliders, there's rotary stuff, there's a couple of military things. There's like lots of different like Cessnas, smaller light aircraft, whole bunch of stuff. And that's just the base game stuff. There's also like third-party stuff you can get as well. Lots and lots and lots of them. Yeah, there's a couple. There's one, I forget which one it is, but there's one specific amphibious. And then there's a couple that can be converted. One of the Cessnas, you can put floats on it. The Icon A5 is very cool. I love that for the sightseeing. That's in this as well. But for doing a 350 kilometer flight across Hawaii, probably not the right choice. Unless you want to be here until like Sunday. But I love the A5 because it's so slow. So it's great for sightseeing. It would be fine for flying around the flying around Mauna Kea. But beyond that, yeah. So there's a lot of aircraft. sorts. The big stuff, the military stuff, blimps, acrobatic stuff, drones, helicopters, fighter jets, little private jets, some like small passenger stuff, like short hop passenger stuff, like work planes, like crop spraying and stuff like that. And you can do crop spraying in the game as an activity. Some seaplanes, rescue stuff, hot air balloons, A-10 Warthog. The goose that TC was talking about earlier. Hughes. Lots and lots of stuff. Microlights. Yeah, there's a couple of single prop turbos. Okay. I want to depart the other way.
Bradshaw Tower, Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er at runway 27 ready for departure. Departure to the east.
Was it going pointed the wrong way again? I asked to take off that way for a reason. Fine. Yeah, I want to fly around it. The sim's like, nope, you will take off in this direction. Like, but I don't want to. I want to go that way, so I can fly around the mountain. Oh well, never mind. Fine, we'll just take off and turn around. Yeah, it's like, no, you're flying, you're going this way, so you want to take off that way, numpty. Also, wind is a thing, so you probably don't want to take off that way. Like, no, but I just let me do it. Do I even Immelman? I can Immelman if I get some speed up. I haven't tried an Immelman in this. I did do an Immelman earlier, to be fair.
Tango Alpha 69er. Continue for east departure.
I have done an Immelman today. At least one. Admittedly, it was in an aerobatics plane that is literally designed to do things like that. No, I meant to do it. God, it's so tall. It's deceptive because it's so, like, gently sloped. Look at that vent there. Just randomly vent. What's an Immelman? It's where you do, like, the first half of a loop-the-loop, but then at the top, when you're inverted, you just flip back to the right side up. It's like a C shape and then flip.
Bradshaw Tower, Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er. Frequency change.
Oh, look at these
Honolulu
vents.
Center, Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er is type 2 miles southeast of Bradshaw, 8400. Request flight following.
Difficult? Not in the right plane. So in some kind of like military fighter, then no. Like a Spitfire or something would be super easy. In a fast jet designed to go in a straight line, probably not so much.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er.
Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er. Radar contact 4 miles southeast of Bradshaw, 10,100. Altimeter 29er 92.
Roger. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er.
God, look at them. So many. Vent, 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 vent. It's too many to count. Look at that.
Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er. Contact Hilo. Approach on 119.7. Good day.
119.7. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er
It's very
69er.
active. Actually, no, this one I don't know. No, actually, this one might be entirely dormant. No, actually, yeah, no, sorry, I take that back. This one, I think, is entirely dormant. But yes, connected to the same plumbing. They built an observatory on top of it, put it that way. They're confident enough that not much is going to happen. They built lots of telescopes on top of it, so... Probably not expecting very much to happen. Certainly not up here. Yeah, it's the other end, which is the newer end. This is the old end, if you like. Oh, they've actually modeled the things. That's cool. Very cool. It's amazing though, there's snow up here. What a commute. Must take so long to get up there. Wow, look at this chain of vents under the plane here. Vent, 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 vent. That's how you get dikes. Okay, plane, I would like to stop having to push forward now, please. Can we just sit? Can we settle? Please? It's so high. But looking at it, I think, oh, it's just a hill. No, no, it's big. It's very, very, very big. That's Mauna Kea, yeah. That is Mauna Kea. Pretty amazing that, like Iceland, like everything you're looking at is a lava flow, basically. Lava, lava, lava. At some point, lava. Am I lava? I mean, technically, at some point, many of the atoms in my body were in lava. So yes, technically yes. Most of me was at some point lava. There's a volcano, we just flew over it. That whacking thing with all the observatories on it. The island is a volcano. The whole thing. You missed it, but don't worry, there's gonna be more. Kind of amazing that there's not really any settlement down this end of the island. I guess actually, no, this is the new end. Where's the, which one is the active vent right now? And which island is that on?
Line 1061, contact Honolulu Center on 127.6. Good day.
Is Mauna Loa still active? Oh, I guess, yeah, I guess it's that end, isn't it? We could have actually, well, we kind of did technically fly over it, but thing is the volcano's not going to be modeled, so.
127.6 for Hawaiian 1061.
Next up, Maui. Hawaii, Maui. Maui, Ghana.
Honolulu Center. United 2229er is passing 9,700 climbing 10,000. United
Bunch of Chewy.
2229er, Honolulu Center, altimeter 299er.
Even still looks like a lava flow. Even though it's got like grass and trees and stuff on it. so tall. Look at it. Really interesting. The two parts of Maui have very different character, like topographically speaking. This end is much smoother sided, and then the west part is much more heavily channeled. Very interesting. Southwestern? I think you're a bit lost. This is very western. Plane. I can't remember what it is now. It's just random jet. Yeah, look how relatively smooth that slope is. It's got a few channels in it, but not that many. Look how flat and smooth that face there is. If you ignore that whacking Great Big Canyon. And contrast that with what's over there. Compare and contrast. The old vents. You see one just above the cockpit now. One of the last places to emit lava. Would I ever fly a plane? Oh, totally, if I had lots of money, which I don't have. I would absolutely fly planes. If I ever come into a ridiculous amount of money, first thing I'm doing is buying a plane. Vent. Vents. Spitfire, I would love to. I would love to. That'd be amazing. I don't think one can just go and buy a Spitfire, however. I think they're fairly hard to come by.
Southwest 3635. Descend and maintain 2000 expect vectors. Visual runway to approach.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah, L39. Yeah. It had the beginning of the name sounded Russian. Or Slavic, at least. Maybe it's in the escape screen. No. 5,000? I mean, to be honest, if you've got the money, that is... For some people, that's not much money, and that's an amazing experience to have for that money, you know? And if that money then goes towards the upkeep of the plane... Yeah, is probably not unreasonable.
Descend and maintain 3000.
Vodochody, that's it, yeah. Oh, it's Czech. Okay. Yeah, so contrast that volcano
Southwest 3635.
with this one, which is very, very different in character, which is very interesting. $4 million USD. This is the landscape that I associate when I think of Hawaii as a, as an island chain, not actual Hawaii. Which I think is probably ironic because this this sort of Maui landscape here is, you can't find this on the actual island of Hawaii.
Descend and maintain 3000, Hawaiian 1116.
Alright, leaving Maui. Next stop, that's Lanai. And that one over there is Molokai, he says, looking at the map. Lanai, Molokai. Getting older. So the islands are getting smaller. They've been around for longer.
Honolulu Center, altimeter 29902, radar contact, continue.
Is this where Zuckerberg lives? In-flight refueling? No, that's not modeled. I'm using infinite fuel. Happens to you as well? Yeah, there you go. 16.5 stone. I am well within that. That's fine. I am small. Spitfire was designed for people like me.
Alaska 232 contact Honolulu Center on 127.6. Good day.
How red that is.
Descend and maintain 3700, expect back.
Tall but skinny? Yeah, you might have to keep your head like that.
Hawaiian 1116.
Which I'm sure makes it much more exciting when you rush at the world at like 250 miles an hour with your head turned sideways.
Maui Tower on 118.7.
It's gonna be fun. Yeah, just to keep the canopy open. Be fine.
For Alaska 232.
Wind blowing in the breeze. Very cool. A T-28? No, I don't remember seeing a T-28. However, there is a lot of third-party content. If you go to a website called justflight.com and have a look on there, you might find that there's a company or an individual who's made one that will either be compatible with MSFS 2020 or 2024 or both, or another flight sim like DCS. I'm not sure. What is the island that Pearl Harbor is at called? Oh, it's Honolulu. Okay. Yeah. Oahu. Yeah, yeah. Maps are really bad at naming islands in my experience. Like, you have to get the right zoom level on the map for it to tell you what the island's called. Like, on the map I'm looking at right now, it's literally one zoom level has the name of the island and none of the others. We could fly over Pearl Harbor. You got some time in a T-28? Nice. It does tend to be quite important, Rock Dodger, yeah. But in my experience, when I've been looking for names of islands while I've been doing Microsoft Flight Simulator, because I'm like, which island is that? It's actually very difficult to find out what island it is. Usually it'll tell you like the names of the little towns and the little fishing villages. And it might tell you like the name of the island chain, but not so much with the actual island names. So it can be kind of tricky. I'm missing things here. My map's wrong. Pretty sure that's not where we are right now. Oh no, maybe. Yeah, so Pearl Harbor's like there. Yeah, Molokai we've just come to the end of. It's that one on the left of the screen. And Oahu is the one that's just above the plane now.
Climb and maintain flight level 210, Southwest 1638.
Which way did the Japanese come in? From the north, presumably.
Honolulu Center, Southwest.
Let us descend. Tell you what, Jack, you all band together and you buy me the 55-minute, 7,500-pound flight, and then when I get back, I'll tell you if I liked it. It will be good content. I'll rate it out of 10 for you, okay? If someone did that for me, I would find a way of strapping many GoPros to myself. We would find a way. Maybe not live content, but we would definitely try and make some content.
Climb and maintain flight level 360, Alaska 2890.
Get ready to see some ships. Watch me puke live. Yeah, I don't really suffer from motion sickness. I'd probably be fine. Yeah, just don't wear clothes. Just make a suit out of GoPros. That would be warm. Because those things get hot. All right, welcome to Oahu. So Ford Island is in the middle of the port, right? Yeah. I get my bearings. Who? Didn't know you were an owl. Oh, cool, dog. That's a really nice thing to have next to you. Oh man, look at that. Oh, look. Oh, I can't get the camera on it. Look at that. Look at that. That is astonishingly good. And this one's a flooded one. That is amazing. I always imagine the Japanese attack arriving from the water side, but of course it wouldn't have done. I've never thought about it. What's what called? Honolulu. Tora Tora is a very, very good film. The rock formation? No, it's just an old volcanic vent. Oh, look at this model. It's so cool. That's real photogrammetry. So those are actual pictures of the actual real buildings. That's very cool. And then, where are we? Over there. Honolulu International, I'm guessing. Oh, where we were supposed to land. I forgot about that. Oops. Forgot we were landing here. That's a lot of runways. Holy moly. How many runways do you need?
Is 1 mile east, 2,100.
I've got like 6 runways.
To land.
The largest aquaculture site? What does that mean? Like growing seafood?
Hawaiian 1135. Exit runway when able.
Yeah, I'm going a bit fast to do like a slow tour, but
Contact ground on 133.6.
there's a couple down there. Yeah, I need to be in a slower plane really to take in the sights.
Hawaiian 1135.
So I'm pretty sure you can see some of the wrecks through the water. Which aircraft carriers are those? I'm not actually landing. I think you probably can, Chieftain, if you have the dev mode turned on, which I could do. You can do like skewing and plane changing. I just don't have that enabled right now. That is definitely still a thing. It's fine, 7. There we go, going at a more reasonable speed now.
Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er. Did you copy?
Nope, I'm busy looking at boats. Which cruiser is that?
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er. Did you copy?
Oh, that's Missouri. Oh, okay. Looks like a cruiser.
Honolulu Tower. Friendly 645.
Good job I don't play a boats game for a living. Holy crap.
FedEx 1008. Turn next.
Looks like New Orleans or
Friendly 645. Honolulu Tower. Altimeter 29902. Fly straight in runway 4 right.
Buffalo. No, sorry, Baltimore.
Fly straight in runway 4 right. Friendly 645. Friendly 645. Follow the aircraft on final. Wind 261 at 4. Clear to land runway 4 right. FedEx 1008.
Yeah, you can see some of the wrecks. The satellite imagery picks them up.
Clear to land runway 4 right. Friendly 645.
So sad.
Honolulu Tower, friendly 786 is 11 miles east, 8,000 with kilo to land.
Friendly 786. Honolulu Tower. Altimeter 29902. Fly left traffic runway 4 right. FedEx 1008. Turn next taxiway.
FedEx, and waiting for a parcel.
FedEx 1008. Contact ground on 133.6.
for FedEx 1008.
Yep, we might as well. I kind of imagined that it was going to take longer to get here, but it has not. Is that a monorail? Nope, it's a raised, weird road that probably doesn't actually exist in real life. Jingles, I don't hope not. Although the controller at the last place we landed was a bit unrealistic with where we were parking, so we did have to do a bit of a jingle stand. But I think I pulled it off.
Good day.
The right wing will never be the same again, but we did pull it off.
Honolulu Tower, Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 3100 to land.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er. Honolulu Tower. Altimeter 29902. Enter right base runway 4 right.
Wow, this landscape is very cool. Look at it.
Enter right base runway 4 right. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er.
Those radio masts. Ah, they're actually modeled. That's very nice. It's like low frequency radio. Talking to submarines and such. That's very cool. Probably ELF antennas. Oh wow, look at that dike. Dike. Giant dike. Set up, Rob Toto.
Friendly 786. Did you hear my last transmission?
Dike. Hi, quiet. That is a huge dike. If you wonder what a dike is, that's what a dike is.
Friendly 645. Exit runway when able.
It looks really cool. I've got like a past trace on the map, and it's got like the loops on it from going around. So Kauai next. Does Kauai have a strip? Can I land there? Oh yeah, I can actually. Port Allen or... Oh yeah, Barking Sands. No. I thought we were landing at Barking Sands. Isn't that why? Oh no, I initially did that and then I changed. That's right. So let's go... select another runway. Nope, back.
Friendly 645. Turn next taxiway.
Back. Cancel landing intentions.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er. Cancel landing intention.
Stats Sierra Tango
H3,
Alpha
interesting.
69er.
Why do you think it's on stilts? Nearest airport list.
Honolulu Center. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er.
Meanwhile, we are
is
climbing
type
to the
2 miles
stratosphere.
north of Kilo 4 Victor 2 Papa.
Shut up and give me the list.
12,700. Request flight following.
Where's my list? Hello? Yeah, there's not much help to me because I need to go through this interface. No, yeah, okay.
Squawk Tree 045. Stats Sierra
Give me the
Tango
flippin'
Alpha
list.
69er.
We're nearly there.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er. Radar contact 3 miles west of Papa Hotel Delta Hotel. 14,500.
I'd like to control the plane now. Can we please?
Roger. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er.
They're gonna be a while. Let's turn vaguely towards where. Ah, there we go. Okay, nearest airport list. Airport's farther from you. None of these. Intercom? Bong, bong, bong. Tray service will soon be going through the cabin. Fine, I'll wait until I'm closer then.
Honolulu Center. Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er is type 8 miles northwest of Papa Hotel Delta Hotel. 14,700. Request flight following.
Meow. Yeah, unfortunately, at least in this interface, I can't put in the you know, the code.
Climb and maintain 13,000. Hawaiian 1094.
So it's so PHLI, is that
Squawk
barking
6251.
sounds?
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha 69er.
Scroll right. Stop flying to the moon. Intercom. Home 2.
Roger. Stats Sierra Tango
Home
Alpha
1.
69er.
That did not help. Good idea though. Yeah, it's still picking up the stuff behind us right now. Once we get away from Oahu, we shall try again. It's vital to minimize environmental and other impacts. That makes sense. Maybe flooding as well is an issue. Yeah, I can see where it is. I've got a map on the side screen. I can see where it is. I just can't see it in the list. But I suspect as we get away from Oahu, which is full of airstrips, I will see it in the list. Oh, you've done a helicopter tour? Amazing. In that case, we shall have a bit of a fly around. I love how when you jump in the cockpit, it applies the, like, shade. The mountain Kawaikini. Which island is that? Kauai, presumably. I mean, if it is the mountain that the island is, then we're definitely going to see it because we're going there. Yeah, we'll definitely see it. Is that a road? No. No, it's just chunk mapping. The west and north ends are great, just less the east. Okay. Well, unfortunately, we arrive at the east end. There's more like nature reserve stuff around the north side, so I'll go around the north side. I definitely want to find a way of you guys having a map without it being on the screen. I think a second stream into Discord would work. But I need to see if I need to see if this MSFS passenger map mod actually has a follow mode. Let me have a look while we're up the ocean. Do you have... Oh, it's got a follow. Oh, we can totally use this. Oh, it's got a follow mode. I can't set the zoom, obviously. But if I set a reasonable zoom level so that you can see where it is... Oh, that'll work great. Oh, in that case, what I can do is I can set that up on that machine to talk to this machine and grab the coordinates. Hopefully. And then stream from that machine to somewhere like Discord. And then if you have a spare screen and you want to see where I am, you can just open the other stream. That'll work. Hangman. You got a light? Oh, what, one of the proper lighthouse lights? Nice. Does it, like, shine? Does it project light? Chieftain, you're welcome. It's a very, interesting landscape. It's eco, yeah, I understand. I just wonder whether maybe they'd model in some kind of, like, you know, rotating beam. Ooh, this one's a long way away. It rotates for the person who placed it until you de-render and then it's a fixed beam. Oh no. So just eco things. You got some screenshots now? You ask one of the admins nicely, they might take some, like, flying screenshots for you. If you put in a ticket, I'm sure they would do it. I think I remember this from last time we were here. Because there's a bunch of, like, nature reserve forest type places on the north. It's like a strip of forest coming down the volcano and then like a strip of marine nature reserve going out into the water. Yeah, they're doing their end game thing. But I'm sure as the server quietens down, I'm sure if you put in a ticket and said like, hey, can you take some screenshots for me from the air, I'm sure they would do that. I would offer, but I have left the team. Oh wow, actually it does shine. That's really cool. Oh, it's a shame that doesn't work for everyone. That looks really cool though. Alright, let's see. Barking Sands.
Barking Sands Tower, StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er is tree 5 miles east, 2300, with Echo, to land.
Am I gonna have to do this manually now? I don't want to. I'd accept my I'd like to land, please. I don't know. It'll be fine. Oh, is this where Jurassic Park was from? That's cool. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of cloud. I might have to change the weather. Thanks. It's purple. Pink. Haggis. Very different landscape. More like plateau-like. I can see why they used it for Jurassic Park. It's more like Lost Worldy. One of my favorite books as a kid. Wait till I see the West Side Rim. We're gonna need another activity for the final hour. Could do some canyon runs. Pick you? What do you mean pick you? Pick you for what? The waterfall? Yeah, I don't know whether that would be modeled. We can certainly go and look for it. You have an idea? Oh no. Wow, that middle looks really cool with those clouds. I'll fly along the coast and then I'll go inland. Winnipeg? Not the most visually interesting area, I'm guessing. Do you disagree? Or is it in fact flat? With the occasional bit of water here and there. Is it in fact flat with lots of farm fields? Interesting to see if, like, downtown Winnipeg is actually photogrammetrically modeled. It should be. You have trees. Special frozen. Wow, look at that. Special frozen ice trees. That is a coast. Holy moly. How flat topped it is, though. Hawaii Air National Guard radar site. It'd be sad to go from Hawaii to Winnipeg. Uh-oh. Makaha Ridge Pacific Missile Range Facility. Did everyone remember to bring their chaff? Let's go inland. Let's spot some T-Rexes or something. No, not chaps. Chaff. Yeah, there was a car. Secret agents. Ooh, it's all red over there. Yeah, I bet it does. The sim, I mean, you know, it's a sim, but the sim does tend to carpet things in trees. If the ground is dark green, it just goes like, trees. Impermeable blanket of trees. Because I always think the landscapes look pretty good until I go somewhere where I know what it looks like and I'm like, that's not quite right. Like a, you know, never meet your heroes kind of thing. Don't fly anywhere where you know the landscape really well because it's going to look a bit odd. Like that time we went to Washington and there were trees everywhere where there shouldn't be trees. And horses, if I remember correctly. Wow, look at that. pretty cool. But we're back at Bryce. Sort of. A bit more humid. Crater Lake in Oregon? I have, yeah. Not in person. Although I have been to Oregon. It's a pretty state. One of the places in the States I would mark as not bad. Unlike the entirety of the East Coast. Where I would like to never go again. That's pretty cool. Right, co-pilot, where are we landing? Have we told them? Have we told them we're coming? Every time I try to do that, it changes back. Yes. I'm trying to land. It's got cancel landing intentions, so I assume that they know that we're coming. Request airport direction.
Barking Sands Tower.
Where are you?
Sierra Tango Alpha 69er is unfamiliar with the area.
That's an understatement.
Request directions to the airport.
Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh, bye. Guess we're not landing. That didn't give me any error messages or anything. It just closed. Just like, nope. All right. Trip to Hawaii is over. To Winnipeg. Assuming that this actually opens again. Yeah, no, they just erased us from existence. Normally they say piss off. The stream might go a bit funky while it loads, because this is a very heavy load. If it opens. There we go. Almost, maybe? There we go. It might have been the missile battery, yep. I don't know. Why are you nervous? You frightened that you're gonna like blurt out your address or something. We're only coming to Winnipeg virtually. We're not actually coming to Winnipeg. What is the lighting conditions in Winnipeg right now? Is it dark? It's probably dark. It's brown. I actually have no idea what Winnipeg is like. Not a clue. It's dark. Okay. We might have to adjust the... Oh, I guess we could do like a nighttime flyover. Might be quite pretty. Machine actually coped with that quite well. All right. Let's take something considerably slower so that we can have a good look around. Let's go. We haven't done the icon today. Let's do the good old icon A5. We like the icon A5. It's polite. I don't know. It's very cold at the moment, or has been. it warmed up a little bit. Yeah, not the most powerful plane, this one. Define warmed up. Is it warmer than the center of Greenland, which it was definitely not a couple of weeks ago? Winnipeg. Winnipeg Intel. I guess let's just take off from Winnipeg International and just see what's there. So let's go flight conditions. Clear skies. Let's make it morning. No, because then we're flying into the sun. Let's make it like 4 o'clock. Oh no, is that local? Less away, you want to be summer? August. There you go. There's big green. Only say nice things about Winnipeg. You're very sensitive right now. I'm sure it will be lovely. Including this weird green river. What is that? Is that a road? What is this? Or canal? Explain. Okay, you live there. That is definitely flat.
Winnipeg Tower,
Seen that
StatsAir
before in my
Tango
life.
Alpha 69er at runway tree 1 ready for departure. Straight out departure.
It's your house.
Stats Sierra Tango Alpha
Landing challenges, yes.
69er,
It's not quite as... Sorry, they're going to be talking over me.
992, departing straight out approved.
It's
Cleared for
not...
takeoff,
Okay, I think I can
runway
actually
21.
shut them up. Give me a second.
Cleared for
We don't
takeoff
need them
runway
today. We don't need them right now.
tree 1.
Settings. I think I can just... sound... I can turn the voices down. I think there is actually a... I think there's like a don't read stuff. AI ATC. No, I want that. Let's just turn the let's just turn the voices right down. I think they can just be gently talking in the background. There we go. So the landing challenges do still exist. They're not quite as front and center as they were in 2020, but they are definitely there. But they're now part of this weekly challenge, like rank thing. And so there's sort of like this rank ladder, basically, that resets every week. And there are 3 challenges that get presented, and they rotate. There are different challenges. So there's a landing challenges one. There are like canyon flights, like slalom type courses. There's last week there was an altitude speed challenge. So that they definitely still exist, but sort of mixed in amongst some other stuff. The Red River, it looked green. Yeah, the MacLoop one, yeah. Actually, no. So, sorry, the new one isn't MacLoop. The new one is the Grand Canyon, but instead of being a speed and altitude challenge, it's the same as the MacLoop was last week. So it's those like gates, and you fly through the gates, which could be fun. Right.
StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er.
That's what it's called. What's the stupid name then? I'm pretty sure the river was the river that looked like a river. Well, we can go and fly over and find out. Is my map updated? Yes. It looks like a car, it does. When we're up in the air, I'll go interior and we can have a look around. Oh boy, that is flat. This is fitted with a parachute. How would you get out of it to use the parachute? Oh, the plane is fitted with a parachute. Right. Okay. See the lever? I wonder if it works. They lost some people, so they added a parachute. Yeah, sensible. All right. Let's go sightseeing in downtown Winnipeg. Once we stop the plane from trying to flip over on its head. You can see your house, nice. Don't tell us where it is. Landing gear, strobe, nav, bilge. Such a good word. Oh, I forgot this is water. I always forget this is amphibious, which is pretty freaking cool. Plane, can we please stop turning left? Thank you. Hold on. Lose a peg? I don't know. It's above my head. It's inoperable, sadly. Aww. We cannot open the canopy. Yeah, it's like a bunker. I really love this aircraft. It's so quirky. Because it's just like a flying car, basically. But for like doing this kind of thing, where I'm sort of sightseeing, it's perfect because it's so slow. It's like driving around in a little car. It's great. Calgary. I can hear honking. Yeah, I don't think... Oh, maybe it does. It might still be loading in. When you see the sort of weird looking buildings, it's because they haven't got the photogrammetry applied to them. But I can see a few popping in behind me, so maybe it's just still loading. Yeah, so Microsoft Flight Simulator has this really cool thing called photogrammetry, where they use street level photographs and they apply them to radar bathymetric data. So they have the models of the buildings, which should be pretty accurate, and then they wrap the photographs around it, basically. And so in some cities, if they have so you can see it starting to sort of populate now with some of the photographs. So it should actually start looking pretty realistic. It looks like the data here isn't great. In some places, like in big cities like New York or London or whatever, they tweak it by hand to make sure it looks nice. But in a lot of places, it's just kind of automated. What was that? I don't know where it was now. It was like a an obelisk type thing, like a little sort of pyramid over there somewhere. Not that thing. Whatever the hell that is. What is that? That's your house. What is that? That's really cool. What is that? Is that like an opera house, I think? The Canadian... Oh, it's a museum. Cool. Baseball. Can you hear that? I don't think you can hear that. It's really, really quiet. In the background, you could hear a cheering crowd as I flew over the stadium. It was very quiet, though. Well, I could literally land on the river. This is an aquatic plane. That is something we could literally do. I want to go and find out what that green thing was, though. Factories, yeah, I can see there's sort of a bit of industrialness going on this end. Some pretty cool churches and stuff as well. The bridges don't look like they're modeled very well. Yeah, this is definitely automated bathymetry. See how the bridges look like blocks? Artsy, a lot of regeneration. I think it's pretty common in a lot of industrial cities. Certainly is here. Birmingham, Manchester, Bristol. Let me try and see if I can get into a nice bit of level flight. So I can look at the map. That is the Red River. Right, we're gonna go and find out what that green thing is.
Winnipeg approach. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er is type icon. 1 mile southeast of
Type
Charlie
icon.
Foxtrot 1 Charlie Kilo, 1100.
No, an icon. It's an icon. Oh, is that an allotment? No, what is that? The hell is that? That Winnipeg shantytown?
Squawk 012 tree. StatsAir Tango Alpha 69er.
Is that the barrio? What's going on there? Forecast. Something's going to look quite strange on the satellite imagery, especially when the sim kind of like then adds stuff to it. Because the sim will go like, that looks like a... And then it just adds some buildings. Some pretty nice houses down there. What the hell is it? Just like this wide green band on the map. Trees? There are trees. I'm not sure if they're actually there in real life, but there are trees. Why is that so green? It's like painted green. Oh, is that a golf course? That looks like a golf course. Trains! Any train geeks in the house? That is a hell of a yard. Look at that. There's a lot of tracks. Brook Dodger, you haven't been drinking, have you? By any chance? What gives me that impression? Oh, you just like trains. That's a long train there, look at that. Yeah, okay, so this is the green thing. Like, in line with the wings is the beginning of the green strip. Whatever it is. What is that? Yeah, it makes sense that you know, Trans-Canadian Railway is big thing, yeah. So this isn't just the sim making it green, it's actually green on the map as well, and on the satellite imagery. What the hell is that? Is it just like a giant storm something canal thing? You don't want to go for a drive? Yeah, it goes down the entire, like it goes around. It's like 3 sides of a hexagon. It goes around the east side of town. It's a big floodway, yeah. Because it looks like the kind of storm channels that I've seen in movies from like Los Angeles or somewhere like that. It's just a structure that we don't have here. It's huge. You never go out to the perimeter. Don't go beyond the wall where the zombies are. The Red River Floodway. Interesting. Touch and go? We could do, what are these? Like, they're probably sewage ponds. I don't know what these are. This is just probably just a reservoir. Can engage the water rudder. Actually look like evaporation ponds. Fish farm? I don't know what they are. You like your idea better? What was your idea? Yeah, I don't think this is... I mean, it probably is long enough, actually. We could try and land on the river in town, but those bridges don't let me go under them. It's a moat to keep the Americans out. Let's go back down, see if we can find a length of the river that's long enough. Yeah, gear up, yeah. Yeah, if we follow this floodway, it will eventually... Is that what that's called, the Deacon Reservoir? Thank you for looking things up. It's such a huge structure. Oh, that car just crashed. Yeah, it's a fairy magical ring thing. If we follow this, it will take us back to the river. A tree hedge. This car's going the wrong way. Yeah, they do that. We were by the Golden Gate Bridge on Sunday, and then we parked by the tunnel that comes out of the hill by the bridge, and there were cars coming out of both sides in the same direction. It's very driving centric, yeah, very spread out. It's an alien concept in this country. Like California, except sadder and flatter. Is sadness proportional to flatness, I wonder? Would Winnipeg benefit from a few hills? You just like pile up some dirt, and then everyone will be happier. Dutch seem pretty happy, it's true. But they've made a dip. They have anti-hills. And weed. It's true. And bitterball. Weed, good beer, and bitterball. This is one hell of an engineering project. It's not very deep, but it's huge. After driving to Bath the other week from Hampshire, your missus would agree that hills cause happiness. There you go. It's so flat. It's like pancake flat. I couldn't cope with this. How can it be worse? How can it be flatter than this? How is that possible? Have Saskatchewan come up with some kind of way of doing like ultra flat? Can carry floodwater array of up to 140,000 cubic feet per second. 4,000 cubic meters per second? Holy moly. That is crazy. I'm guessing what it is that it links up like upstream and downstream of the river flowing through the city, and then if the river gets high, it flows into the flood channel and goes around. I'm guessing that's how that works. Yeah. Amazing. Alright, there's the river. It's a radio mast that we should probably not hit. Laps. You're reading the Wikipedia page? I bet that's quite interesting. I'm a sucker for getting stuck reading Wikipedia. No one listens to the radio. No, don't bounce. Don't bounce. Come on, be nice. Stop it. Please stop it. I did so well. Right, now we need to engage the water rudder once I've stopped weaving. 4%? Yeah, it was a little bit. Didn't mean to. Stop turning left. Rudder engaged. Going path banks now. You have to use the parachute. Right, next up, Winnipeg. Let's go. No, don't take off. We're just cruising. Don't get excited. I wasn't doing it on purpose. Get out. We're far away. Yeah, I'm aware. But if I get closer, there'll be bridges. I thought it just might be fun to fly along the river for a bit. Boat along the river. The river depth? Yeah, I don't think it's particularly accurate. It is a flight sim after all, not a fluviology simulator. The course of the river should be, you know, accurate. I think it just goes, yeah, it's a river, and just does a token gesture of it being water. Oh, I bet it's great for skating, yeah. Yeah. They don't even let you in Canada if you can't skate. It's the first question they ask you. Canadian? No. You skate? Yes. You come. Hold this hockey stick. Correct. In you come. You can't skate. You can't say that. They'll throw you out. Are the Chinese doing the ice? Because that's going on right now, right? Weak parts of the ice. I think when it's minus 25, I don't think there are any weak parts to the ice. Oh, we're about to come to a bridge. We're about to come to the South Perimeter Bridge. where I suspect our journey will end. Yeah, I know it's actually modelled. Look at that. This bridge, actually a bridge. The sandbank might kill us. Yeah, that's totally a realistic ramp in the river. It's Canada-China trade deal. China are banning ice hockey in the NFL and the Stanley Cup in Canada. I don't think that's supposed to work like that. Parkour. Alright, so it's not perfect. But we are still going. No, we paused. I think that might be some kind of weird ramp thing. Or is it just a shadow? I can see through the world. I can see the trees. Like under the ground. Blech. This bit of the river's a bit... Reality's getting a bit ropey. This is realistic. Ah. Bleh. Bleh. It's like it's rendering the river surface on two different altitudes. Whoa. Because when I change the camera angle and then reset, it kind of like resets where I am. Bleh. That's fair enough, Lancy, honestly. Ooh. Oh. I wasn't sure if we were going to hit the fake beach then. Oh, no bridge. Oh, no, maybe it's not a bridge. What? What? Thank you for the clip. Oh, do you remember, were you watching when I landed this in Chicago? In the sort of like harbor area, the bit they dye green. We took this in there. That was good fun. This is weird, I'm driving on gravel. Personal gravel. No, the river is, I don't know. Yeah, the bridge did not do us any favors, it's true. Are we there? Yeah, I think we are, actually. I can see buildings. If this is algae bloom, it's very crunchy. If I come around the corner and there's a solid bridge, I'm going to have to try and take off very quickly. Who's that? What the hell is going on here on the right? Oh, is this actual water? Am I allowed water now? Nope. Where the hell are we? Oh wow, this river has a lot of meanders. We are in Winnipeg though. It doesn't look like it because I think these trees are a bit not quite there properly, but we are in the suburbs apparently. A tidal wave? Yeah, there might be it. The Winnipeg tidal wave. Great Winnipeg tidal wave of 2026. I mean, it is very flat. A tidal wave would come a long way inshore. From, I don't know, Hudson Bay? Pretty sure this is not what this actually looks like. I'm pretty sure those are like houses and stuff over there. They shouldn't be coated. This is like the post-apocalyptic Winnipeg. 1,000 years after the fall of Winnipegian civilization. Nature has all but consumed the city. The city is now ruled by descendants of Peace and Quiet's cats. I'm surprised how far we've got. Let's see the Museum of Human Rights. Coming up to the Abenogilmicana. I don't quite read that. And Saint Vital Park. I couldn't quite read it on the map. But not only was I was struggling to pronounce it, I was also struggling to read it. I love how it's interpreting this as rock. I don't think that's rock. I think that's buildings. Like, that's sandstone. I don't think that's sandstone. It's very cool. I don't think it's real. I'm kind of wondering whether the bridge, like, really broke it. Yeah, I think maybe that little... I think we've entered an alternative reality by jumping over the bridge. Oh. I think we need to gun it. Fly! Chat, I've saved you. Oh yeah, that is not looking right. There's a lot of trees down there. Rudder up. Yeah, we'll worry about that in a minute when we're not going to die. Why does this always want to roll to the left? I have trimmed it so far. Please don't do that. That's all. And rudder. Ta-da. That was Winnipeg. Why is the altitude not 0? It's weird having me say Winnipeg words. Do you want me to read some stuff off the map for you? Taylor Avenue. Grant Avenue. Yeah. Grant Park Athletic Grounds, which is what we're just lying over. Sir William Osler School. Montrose School. Rockwood School. There's lots of schools. Grant Park Shopping Centre. Ah, you spell centre correctly. That is wonderful. What is Nawi Udina? Does the bill punch work? I don't know if the bill punch works. We're gonna go and find out what Nawi Udina is. Or Udena? Yeah, there's a forest? Yeah, apparently Nawi Udena is that thing there. This, whatever that is, this strip here. Looks institutional, like a university or some kind of campus. Apparently... that's the university and the forest. You missed the river left off. There was a bridge we had to take off. There was a bridge that was not jumpable. It's an urban reserve owned by tree. Oh, I see. That's cool. Looks a bit like a university campus. Yeah, so apparently, so that's university down there. And then this is just labeled as forest. Certainly does have some trees. Yeah, I'm going too fast. Yep, that's definitely a forest. That is a pile of dirt.
Winnipeg Tower, StatsAir Tango Alpha.
A hill.
699er is 3 miles south. 11
Actual elevation. It's the highest. That's that's Winnipeg's mountain. Mount Winnipeg. Altitude 10 feet. Hurry up! I'm on approach. Acknowledge.
runway tree 1. Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er.
This isn't runway 31. Oh no, it is runway 31. That's convenient. Flew over your house, nice. You live at the end of a runway. It must be loud. Butter.
Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69. Contact ground on 121.
The sound of a plane just went by.
121.9er for Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er.
Maybe you are in the simulation. This is reality. Where am I parking? Hello?
Winnipeg Tower, UPS 495 at runway 1.
I need directions.
Departure IFR to Sandford.
Hello?
UPS 495, altimeter
Where am I parking?
992. Clear for takeoff, runway 18.
Can I park? Hello?
Cleared for takeoff, runway 18. UPS 495.
Like parking, please. Kind of on a major international runway. Hello? Press pushback? No, I haven't parked. I don't think I need pushback. Push this thing back with one hand. Hello? Right, I'm gonna park wherever the hell I like. We're going to the terminal. Let's go. Through that light. Find my own damn parking. Always look left and right before crossing the taxiway. Ooh, plane. USPS 495. Whee! Pretty cool. That's a real plane. That's a real live plane taking off in real life from Winnipeg. You're moving to Vancouver? That is not flat. That is the opposite of flat. It's a beautiful place to fly around. I've flown around there a few times. We actually went there on Sunday. Or did I go there on my own? I think I might have gone there on my own. Why are there lights in the middle of the taxiway? Right, I'll find my own damn gate then. Thanks very much. This is 2020? No, this is 2024. Request passenger boarding start. Where are they gonna sit? What happens if I request pushback?
Winnipeg ground. Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er.
Yeah,
Requesting
I want pushback. Let's go.
Winnipeg ground. Stat Sierra Tango Alpha 69er 69er. No pushback tug is available to answer your request.
No pushback tug is big enough, that's why. Welcome to Winnipeg International. Good luck getting up in there. You might need a ladder. I'll tell you what, if I park underneath it, you could like climb up on the wing. And then you might be able to just like grab hold of it. Yeah, that'll work. You get up in there. You can make that, right? Just throw the bag up. Fine. Even looks like, oh my god, an international airport in a flying sim looks like the international airport. Who would have thought it? Parked. It's Winnipeg and no one cares. I've just spent an hour in Winnipeg, thank you very much. I've learned many things. Like your river is cursed. There are some. So I think the base game does a pretty good job with the major internationals. So if you go to, you know, like Heathrow or whatever, then it's going to be amazing. But you can definitely get third-party, some of which are free. You can get third-party packs from private mod makers and companies who make that kind of thing. You definitely can do that. Yeah, I'll show you in the marketplace. Even the in-game marketplace has some. Bye, Winnipeg. I have thrown around North Korea. Yeah, it's actually really interesting. I flew once up to on the border between North Korea and China, which is a super interesting place anyway. Is a mountain which is literally on the border, and it's revered as the spiritual home of the God Emperor, you know, Kim Il, whoever. And whichever one it happens to be at the time, because they all in the legend of their religion, they all come from the mountain, and so the North Korean people pretend to revere the mountain, because it's the home of their god. And but it's a really cool mountain, and so I've actually flown over there. It's really nice. Nepal, we can definitely do Nepal. We've done Everest in the past, but we can definitely do the Himalayas. Himalaya. One of the flights I love doing is sort of starting in India, start in the sort of lowlands, and then like fly up through the foothills up over the Himalayas. It's an amazing flight. The lights are pretty good. You can actually see like the day-night line. Yeah, if I go to the marketplace. Yeah, airports. There's loads. Price free. You can get Paderborn Lippstadt for free. So these are third party. So any airport that you go to, even like airstrips, like grass airstrips out in the middle of nowhere, if they're a registered airstrip, then the game will know that that's an airstrip, and it will give it like the basics. So it will give it, if it's like a grass airstrip, it will make sure that the grass is flat and landable and flyable. And it will like give it like an air sock and like a few little accoutrements just to make it look like a used airstrip. And if you go up to some of the bigger airports, but not like internationals, then they'll have sort of automatically generated stuff, because it will look at, on the satellite image, it will look at like where the buildings are and it will give it buildings and stuff. But then when you get up to the bigger airports, then there will be handmade like photogrammetry stuff. But for some of the stuff which is not handmade by Microsoft and is automatically generated, some third parties have made modded content which is more accurate. So that's why that exists, because Microsoft haven't modeled the entire world. A lot of it is automated. Oh, buzzing! I'm signing off now, but thank you very much for the offer. So yeah, there's lots of third-party content. It's expensive, yeah, but it's not really a game. It's very much a simulation. It's a fully fledged flight sim. So my friend Boomfunk, for example, who's a professional pilot trainer, so he trains people on Boeings. He has his own flight sim that he's built. So he has a company that owns this flight sim that he built, and he runs Flight Simulator in the Flight Simulator, and it's a proper like accredited training thing. And he teaches pilots how to be pilots. So that's why it's expensive. So if you wanna like be a casual, it's an expensive price tag. Yeah. Tutu, I've seen your message, by the way. I'll have a read afterwards, so that's okay. Yeah, and then like they do have like official add-ons as well, like specific DLCs for different aircraft and whatever as well. But like a lot of stuff is included in the base simulation. You don't need to buy anything extra. You're not going to be thinking, oh, there's something missing. You don't do that. Right. I think that will do. Yeah, you can. If you've got a slow, I was talking about this on Sunday, if you've got a slow internet, first of all, if you've got a really slow internet connection, you might be better off with 2020 than 2024, because the model for 2024 is pre-download. The model for 2024 is streaming. However, if you go into the marketplace and you go to my library, so let's say like City Update Germany, for example, it defaults to streamed, but you can change that to download. So behind my face there, it says download. And that will then pre-download that content. So if you go to that area, the extra content won't have to stream to you. But basically everything else is streamed live. So all of the bathymetry data, all of the photogrammetry data, that's all streamed to you live. So one thing that I would recommend that you do is go in, if you have a slow or like peaky internet connection, what I would do is go into your settings. I think it's in here. You can set like the size and location of your cache. Here. So what you want to do is find a storage device that you have that has the most space you can possibly give it, and then set that number to be as high as you possibly can. Because then what's going to happen is it's going to start downloading the content for the area that you're currently flying around in and then store it locally, and then it doesn't have to re-download it. So this thing that I'm doing on stream where I'm like, let's go here, let's go here, let's go here. Don't do that. I have a gigabit internet connection. I can do that. But on like an ADSL connection, you don't want to be doing that. Try to stay in the same area for a long time if you can. So I would set as big a rolling cache limit as you can. You might even, if you've got a really horrible connection, you might even want to like load into your starting airport and just sit the plane on the tarmac and just leave it and just walk off for a while and let everything download for the region. And then that will go into your rolling cache, and then once you take off, it doesn't have to download that stuff. Ultimately, this is a streamed experience. Just to give you an idea, so this is this stream, the previous stream on Sunday, which wasn't that long. That was only like 3 hours. So it's 3, so it's 9, 10 plus another like half hour or an hour offline. So that's probably about 11 hours of flying. And I've downloaded about 50 gigs. Just to give you an idea. Am I wearing a bathrobe? No, it is a shawl-necked sweater. Shawl-necked cardigan. Has buttons. And pockets. Yeah, 1200 port is not going to do it. And if you have like a fair usage thing on your internet connection, you can set a limit that it warns you and says like, hey. You can set a bandwidth limit as well if you want to. So yeah, just be aware that that's there. It might also be worth checking what the default is, because I've changed that. Might be worth going and checking that it's not going to eat all of your storage. Don't stand up. I am standing up. That was me pleaing. I've been standing up for the last 3 hours. Right. Thank you for your company. So Friday will be probably ships. New patch. So we'll probably be getting on with playing those new ships. Saturday, hopefully, maybe there'll be an update for the B-17. We can take that out. If not, I don't know. Probably some more of this, possibly something else. I'm not entirely sure. There's some vintage story stuff kicking off, which so we might be getting into some vintage story soon. Because Mama Goat's doing a community server in about a month, and I'm going to be helping with that. Also, Tiger has just started playing Vintage Story. So there's definitely going to be some vintage storying going on in the community, which I will try to be involved in. I'm going to try and shoehorn my way in. I've also requested a bunch of keys. I don't know if any of those are going to turn up in time for the weekend. It's possible, so we might get to play one of those games that I've requested. I can't remember what any of them are, but I was like, oh, that looks cool. So that's the plan for the next few days. I also want to do at some point, I need to get this area behind me sorted out so I can do like table streams essentially. One of the first things I want to do is I have a whole bunch of old cables. I have hundreds and hundreds of like bits of old IT crap. What I want to do is just go and grab all my bins of stuff from upstairs, put them on the table, and then go through them, because I think that might actually be kind of interesting. And it will achieve like a thing that I need to do. Because it could be like, oh, like weird old cable. oh look, my old iPhone and things like that. So that could be strangely entertaining. I don't know. I also need to do maintenance on all of my guitars. These are in need of restringing. And then that unlocks ancient cables, yes. Restringing and cleaning and maintaining my guitars, that unlocks redoing my sublets. So I want to record those. So I want to record little guitar riffs as my new sublets. But maintaining the guitars has to come first. And that will involve setting up another audio interface over there, which is connected to whatever instrument I want to plug into it, which then unlocks doing music streams. So it's a whole chain of stuff which starts with USB cables. Actually, technically it starts with trying to figure out what to do with this area behind me. Because that, hopefully, is going to be the set for other project. I can sit and talk to the camera and be like, hi, I have interesting things to say. Please listen. Thank you. Okay, enough talking. Twitch, we're going to take you to, I don't know where we're going to go. I'm going to take you to... Quiet, are you streaming today? You're sick. Excuses. Well, good. I got to let them know. Live from the north. Where it is dark, but there are lights. Yes, feel better. Now that we've left your city, you can feel safe. Well, you normally do that thing where I end and then you start. I'm like, damn it. Could have raided you. Right, we're going to raid live from the north, where we were earlier in the stream. We literally flew through the camera view. Kick, I'm just going to turn you off. YouTube, I'm just going to turn you off. And Twitch, I will see you on Friday. I'll see all of you on Friday. Thank you very much. And good night. This is the awkward bit where I have to go around and turn.